The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media outlets publish things they simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Hello and welcome. It's Pops. Starting the show today. I'm going to basically just talk about almost anything's out there, whatever's out there. Let's just talk about whatever we feel like talking about today. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to put a link up. Hold on. Let me do a link so you people can join. Anybody join? And I'm going to go to YouTube and put it out there. Let's see. This is not what we want, but let's see. Oh, that is it. There we go. And we'll pin it up top. All right. So, nobody here yet. Kind of just relax and see what's going on. Let me see who's here. Looks like Vigo is here and Rebel. How's it going, guys? And how are you, Vigo? Yeah, so, this show's about, the truth is out there. You just got to find it. So, I dig down into all different rabbit holes I can. And like just something I popped up today. I've been talking about these biolabs and things like that. And this guy seems to be uncovering a lot of stuff, and he's not, he's scared, as all the media people are. They're scared to say it's the truth or not. So he's going, well, he's saying, I'm not saying this is true, but this is what's going on. So he's kind of telling you, look into it for yourself. But so in Ukraine, this guy here, Ben Swann, his name is. I'll show you him in a minute. He's right up here, Ben Swann. He's Truth Media. So he's saying, they have a lot of paperwork now coming out about these things and what they were using them for, and to be used for the study of, right here's the word. I don't even have to say it. In bats. So he's kind of showing you. Let me go back to it. In bats and things like that, and they have documents, and they got all kinds of stuff. So this guy is very interesting. You can see how they twist the narrative. Hey, what's up? What's up, Doc? I appreciate you. Yeah, just if you're busy, just hit the like button, and you got to do what you got to do. But so anyway, they're talking about it. This guy Ben Swann. So they twist the narrative of everything. So you got to seek and decipher the truth. So this lady went in front of the Senate and admitted there were these labs. But they're denying it now, as you can see. See, so she admits it. Then you got to read in between the lines. So she gets on. She's one of the demons that I told you about yesterday. And now that Russia has made these false claims and China has seemingly endorsed this propaganda, we should be able on the lookout for Russia to possibly use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine, or to create a false flag operation using them. It's a clear pattern. So what our far left does, which basically, to me, they're communists. What they do is they twist the narrative every single time. Whatever they're doing, they blame on somebody else. They do it even with us, the people. So they're really the culprits. There's so much evidence. Okay, this lady admits it, and yet she's still denying it. I mean, isn't this crazy that we gotta even put up with this anymore? And we got Bill Daddio. Looking forward to today's show. I appreciate you. There is a link. Anybody wants to join? So what I'm talking about today is, there's a lot of truth out there. You just got to find it. So I found something like this, Bill. I mean, this lady admitted there were labs, but yet when you look at her statement, there are none. So how could there people on the oath swear there are, and then she's saying there aren't? So really, when it comes down to this, we're doing all this evil shit, and we're blaming it on other people. This is what we do. This is what this new regime that's in power in this country is good at, blaming everybody else for what they're doing. See, they twist it. They play like a childish game, and then, everybody's talking about globalists and stuff like that. Look, globalism is communism. It's power and money. That's why, communism, basically, there are a few individuals that want power, and they get rich by creating that whole thing of communism. So we could sit here and talk all we want, but to me, globalism, it's the same thing. So here you go. This is one of our awesome leaders. Oh, she's the best VP we've ever had, huh? And this is, I told people, look at what she says. I mean, this is an educated woman, right? Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong. I mean, this is the entertainment we got to have. But anyway, this guy's a new guy I found today. So let's look at some of the stuff he's got. His name is Ben Swann. He's on Truth Media. This guy gets deep. This is on CNN. A fourth dose of the COVID-19 magic potion will be needed. Pfizer CEO says, but the company is working on a shot to handle all variants. They're going to come out with something again. They already said it. It was in the news today. There's another variant, stronger than the old variant. I mean, they ain't going to let you breathe. Listen, they got power. They have the control. They're not going to let up on the gas pedal. It's just not happening. I was thinking, So I was thinking, how are we going to fight this? I've been saying this all the time. There's no really way to fight this anymore. They're dug in. They got total power and control. So this is the only way I think we could even fight this at this point. Everybody, like somebody that's on this show right now, every time you see people in the street, they see them wearing a mask. But you got to have a little information, do a little research. And you got to show them, hey, when you talk to them, say, that's no good for you. If you look at the studies from OSA, it'll show you this and that. You got to have a little information. Just start talking about stuff with people, about what's going on out here. Stuff that that they don't. Because what's going to happen is some people are going to look at you like you got 6 eyeballs. And then some people are going to listen to you, but they're not going to give you any response. And they're going to walk away. But the seed is planted in their head. And then some people are going to actually go, oh, I didn't know that. And, whatever news sources you use, start telling them too, hey, watch this show. If you don't, we got to start all talking, to people in stores, everything. We got to start to keep talking to people now. I think that's the best way we can fight this, because I think there's so many people that are brainwashed and they just believe in propaganda. And even if they don't agree with you, or they, if you don't got enough guts to go to talk to people, then that's up to you. I mean, if you want to fight the fight a little bit and you're somebody sitting in your house and you don't want to get out there and get your hands dirty, at least start talking to people when you see them out there sometimes. Start just putting seeds in people's heads. Tell them, hey, watch this show. Watch this, watch Pops. Tell them, yeah, watch that guy. You can't fool Pop show on YouTube. You'll be surprised. But we have to start talking like crazy. We all got to be chatterboxes when we get out there and start talking to people. And maybe that'll start and it'll be like a domino effect, you know. Even if you've talked to, let's say you go out and you talk to a couple of people a day, and at the end of the week you spoke to 20 people, 10 people totally ignored you, 5 listened a little bit, and 5 listened to you a lot. Maybe you change a couple of people to start looking at different types of news, right? Get them off this main media shit. Now those couple of people start talking to people. So I think that's a chain reaction. I think we need that. I think we're not talking enough. That's one problem. You know, with this cancel shit, everybody's worried about everybody's feelings. Listen, if you feel strongly that right now this world is under some kind of demonic possession, mafia possession, whatever you want to think. You know, these globalists are like gangsters, high-tech gangsters. At least if you want to fight the war, start opening your mouth at least. That's one thing you can do. Stop worrying about people's feelings anymore. You know, just tell them something. If they don't like it, then walk away. Hops, I have you on while I'm getting stuff done and go run errands. No problem. I appreciate your Vigo. Just smash the like button and, you know, I know you guys are subscribed, so yeah. Hey, whatever you guys can do. But I think that's a way we can at least try to fight this a little bit. So here we go anyway. We're talking about this guy, Ben Swann, today. Another news source I just found. I like him. He talks about a lot of stuff that nobody's talking about. So if this guy's talking about stuff that's banned off the internet, scrubbed off the internet, it's got to be a lot of truth in it. You know, they don't want it out there. They're starting to scrub a lot of stuff with these labs and stuff off the internet. You can't find information. Now, what they always do, though, they'll scrub everything now, keep everybody, you know, not thinking about it because they got an agenda right now with Ukraine and Russia, what they want to do. These globalists, whatever you want to call them. And then after it's all said and done, they'll bring it out later on and go, oh, yeah, there were. And we found them. And they're going to make like their truth tellers because they're going to bring out the truth to you. But it's going to be like late. See, when they should be bringing it out to you early because it changes their agenda when it's early. So they do tell you the truth sometimes, but they tell you it late in the game when it's irrelevant, just like with Biden's son's laptop, right? What does it really matter now if they show you everything on the laptop, even his son goes to jail? Does it really matter? Because this clown, Mr. Poopy Pants, is supposedly our president. So it doesn't matter. So they'll bring out the information because that's how they cover their ass. They make you still want to believe that they're telling you the truth. This is that guy. I forgot his name. Juicy Smollett or something like that. He got sentenced for 150 days for lying about, you know, his hate crime and all that. And he's saying he didn't do it. And then he's saying, I'm not suicidal. This guy said, I'm not suicidal like 20 times in the courtroom. And he says, I want to let people know. So if I get killed in jail, I didn't kill myself. So he's already, something's going on. You know, he's been threatened already. All right. So here he is. Now, we have to understand this guy here has been anti-American for many years. You know, when he was a congressman, he always sided with Russia when they were a communist country. We have a bunch of politicians that are anti-American. They're here to destroy our country. You want to call them globalists? To me, globalists and communists are the same. So we got a lot of these people making hundreds of millions of dollars like gangsters, and we can't stop it. But at least we know about it, right? So Biden to sign executive order instructing agencies to consider creation of U.S. digital dollar. I've been telling everybody this is the main focus, I think. I think this is way more important than the war. The war may be the reason, if they start wars, to get to this. Because Putin right now is not going to be using our petrodollar. He's going to be trading with China. So our dollar is getting weaker, and they're not letting us know yet. You know, it's going to take a little while for it to get weaker, and it is weaker already. But this is their main goal. The digital dollar is, they want to put it in. Now, It's going to take a while, but eventually you're going to have to probably get a chip in your right hand or something, I don't know, to that effect. They'll make you use your phone in the beginning, but they'll probably claim that the phone is not good enough. People can steal your phone. You need to get this chip put in your right hand under your skin. It's a little thing. Looks like a little a baby liquid gel, like you know those cold pills you would take. Them. It looks like a little capsule, miniature size. So eventually they're going to want to put that in your right hand, and that's the mark of the beast. And if you don't believe that ain't the mark of the beast, then power to you, because at that point, I can't help you. So I like this guy. So I would suggest everybody go to Ben Swann. You could go to Sovereign News and check him out. Get money about him. But that's what I would do. Now, let's see what other troops we can find today. Let's remove this. Look, yeah, you got to decipher all the troops, though, you know. There's a lot of people on here, Rogan. So that's another news source. So when I put that thing, the truth, you know, you got to search for it. Let's, you know my favorite channel, right? Because even though he's crazy, a lot of the stuff he says, I end up, to me, InfoWars is just another source. But here's the thing with InfoWars. I find a lot of other people that are way more, I guess, professional, because Alex Jones is just, he is who he is, and I love him anyway. But if he did it a different way, a lot of people would believe him more. But anyway, I like him because you find a lot of other things through his stuff, a lot of different networks and things like that. So globalist, publicly collapsing U.S. economy as senile leaders now laughing stock on world stage, and Alex Jones breaks down what's happening. So these people are laughing at us. They know what they're doing. He's got a bunch of videos on it you can watch, but I just click on him. I like to see what the media, he's basically putting stuff out there that the media is hiding. Some of it's a little far out there, but what the heck? You never know. Everything he said so far has come to tuition. Here you go. You're getting hypnotized, right? First it was this hypnotizing you. Now this is hypnotizing you. It is amazing how they're distracting the shit out of us. I actually like that cartoon. And I never noticed this, that the sandcastle said lies. I like that. And let's see what else is going on. So NATO chief says 100,000 U.S. troops are now in Russia. I mean, not Russia, in Europe. Now NATO wants to close the sky over Ukraine. Let me explain to you one thing. If we have a no-fly zone in Ukraine, the U.S. is involved in that, that's a declaration of war against Russia, because we're going to be shooting down Russian planes. And you got to understand, 12 miles off the coast of California's neutral waters, basically. There's Russian subs there ready. They got nukes ready. 12 miles away. They'll hit California like a minute or two. It'll just hit California, and then game over in California. So California's probably one of the dangerous places to be right now, in my opinion. I mean, you got Russian subs in neutral waters 12 miles away. Their missiles could get to the California coast in about a minute and a half. They don't even blow these things up on land. They'll blow them up in the atmosphere, and it's like just some kind of wave. I've seen videos of how these things work. It's amazing. Even if they didn't shoot nukes, if they shoot just a couple of missiles into California, America's never been touched yet. So we must understand that. And just 1 second, I have to yell at my nephew. And, so America's never been hit with anything. Here, we got Keeper of the List. Oh, Yeet's here. How you doing, Yeet? And we got keeper of the list. Well, if Ukraine surrenders and NATO moves in there, it's going to be a bigger problem. Putin's not going to let them have, missiles that are right next door to Russia. I mean, even though it probably don't even matter because we got subs near Russia that we could probably launch and hit them within a minute or two. But I get it. It's not a bad idea. But, you mean invade or intervene? See, Poland goes in there. They're going to intervene, right? Ukraine surrender. So when we invade countries, it's an intervention. When anybody else does it, it's an invasion. So, we got our own terminology for a lot of this stuff. So British broadcast regulator, which I guess is like their FCC or whatever you want to call it, officially bans Russian news networks. I wonder why they're so scared of hearing the other side of the story. I definitely think Russia's doing some damage in Ukraine, but some of it's exaggerated. I think Russia is getting, they're getting hurt too. They're losing a lot of people, and it's not what we think, though. I think Russia's doing more of a scorched earth. They're just nuking stuff, But Ukraine's hitting a lot of buildings too, like civilian buildings. We just basically need this thing to be over. But this is a red flag event. This is to speed up the New World Order, maybe. Or Russian went against the New World Order. Don't really know what's going down over there. This is Zelensky. Now he's wearing a jacket. Yesterday he had that jacket off, and he had an iron cross on there. Okay? And we all know what that is. That's part of the regime during Germany during World War II. Pentagon is justifying Ukraine no-fly zone. Yeah, so this is a bill now I wanted you to see because I was looking into this. So this was slipped in to the Russian sanctions bill. Now, this is what they do. They sneak shit in. I want to know why the people don't vote on laws. Why are these laws just put into place by these Senates and Congress? And these bills are 1,000 pages, so most congressmen aren't going to read them anyway, and they're going to just sign off on it, and then there's stuff snuck in there. Now, some congressmen do read through this stuff, but shouldn't they be smaller? Like, there should be a regulation, like each bill can't be longer than 10 pages, and every congressman's got to read it, and every senator. I mean, why is shit sneaking in? That don't make any sense, So this is saying that the president will have authority to sanction virtually anywhere in the world and anyone, whether they're connected to Russia or not. I mean, he could sanction you then. You live in a state, you're sanctioned. No more food going to Florida anymore. We're going to lock the borders down. Florida can't get any food anymore because they're not listening to us. Big brother mafioso government that we have right now. So this is the bill. These are the people that voted no. They actually read. I guess they had somebody, read the bills and stuff. You got Boebert, Matt Gaetz. You see these. These are the few people that are even fighting a little bit. So there you go. So global Russophobia reaches absurd levels. Absolutely, it's it's the way it is. We got Biden's freeing more criminally illegal aliens into U.S. communities thanks to sanctuary country orders. So now I don't know if a lot of you know this. The New World, the United Nations. I was looking into this. There's another thing I found. See, I always learn shit. The United Nations was basically written and founded up by this guy after World War II. So this guy's name is Alger Hiss, a well-educated, well-connected former government lawyer and State Department official who helped create the United Nations in the aftermath of World War II, was headed to prison in Atlanta for lying to federal grand jury. He didn't go to prison, though, but Anyway, this guy is an ex KGB in Russia, a spy and everything. And this is the guy that basically wrote the Constitution for the UN. Like, so this is what we're dealing with. And we never, I just learned this out. Look into this guy. So, we got all these people. We got accountability for all here tonight. I appreciate you. He's got a great show. I'll just drop your link. I don't know. Do you have a wrench accountability? I think you do. Let me check. Yeah, you got a wrench. You could just drop your link in the chat. And Pops chat. And what else we got? And Keeper. AFA. Yeet. Yeah, he's got a pretty good channel. You guys should watch it. I watched a couple of his new ones. We need some more new ones, Josh. Keep going with them. Keep pumping them out. Oh, outnumbered? Yeah, I got to check that out still. So, every day you learn something. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You keep searching for the truth. You find it, right? So I found this guy. And this guy's the guy that wrote the UN, the globalists, which I keep telling you. When they say globalists, it's communist. There's no real difference in my mind. I don't care what they tell me. So this is why I do look at Alex Jones, because you find stuff, even whatever he's writing, you could ignore it, but you could do some homework on it. Will the Clinton corruption ever stop? Stealing children. Because that's what they do. I don't trust those people at all. Battle of the Alamo, Mexico kind of touched you. What you mean by that, Keeper? Battle of the Alamo, Mexico kind of touched you. A little confused there. Food Apocalypse Watch. Yeah, I mean, they're going to do everything they can. Oh, here we go. And we got AFA in the house. How you doing?
What's up, Pops?
How's it going?
It's going. How about you?
I'm doing all right. I've been trying to do a show every day in afternoon and morning, trying to figure out what time zone and just kind of, trying to get different things out there, people to start doing homework and start to looking into things. I kind of said before, you weren't here, what can we do to fight this stuff? And I think a lot more people got to start opening up their mouths. When you're out in public, start talking to people. Start recommending channels. You see somebody wearing a diaper, try to talk to them and tell them, hey, this is no good. And even if they look at you like you're crazy, if you talk to enough, you're going to get somebody that'll believe you or put a seed in their mind,
Well, that's the thing about conspiracy theories is no one wants to believe in them, but every single conspiracy, every single truth that people were subjective to was once a conspiracy theory. So it's not insane to believe that a conspiracy theory is truth. I mean, it's just another fact that hasn't been proven yet. People are just so afraid to you kind of dismiss conspiracy theories as oh, that's stupid.
Right.
Just so many of them have been proved already. I don't know why people are just sheeping along.
You're right. I think more people are waking up, but there's just still too many sheep still. I don't know how we're going to wake up. I mean, it's just the majority, I think, is still sheep.
They're never going to wake up. For the mass quantity of people, they're just not going to. And it all goes back to, when you give up essential liberty for temporary security, you deserve neither. So people are just so infatuated with their own personal life, their car loans, their credit cards, their kids' soccer practice, their wife's boob job, that, we as a people, we didn't care. We were the most dangerous when we had nothing to lose. And now when we have nothing to lose, people just say, well, we have nothing to lose now and it's bad. I don't want it to get worse. So people just hand over their freedom. So that's why there's so many conspiracy theories, because, in the 1700s, 1800s, conspiracy theories were just facts that people were going to prove. Now they're only conspiracy because people don't want to put in the work to realize what's actually going on right in front of them.
I think that's the biggest problem. People don't want to put in the work. If I handed somebody like a brochure on how to mask is bad for you, right? For argument's sake. And it was 10 pages long. They don't want to read it. People just don't want to read no more. They don't want to research. They're just so lazy. They just want to believe whatever little thing they hear on the news for a minute.
Hey, that's funny when you think about it. You give them a 10-page brochure with facts, they don't want to take the time to read it. But if you offer them a free lunch, they'll buy a fucking 20-year timeshare.
Right. That is so true. It's ridiculous. Hey, if you offer them a free pizza, they'll go get stuck.
Please, they spend more money canceling the fucking timeshare. It would have taken them quarter of the time to read the fucking pamphlet.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is, like, people will go get this just for a free pizza now. Yeah, here's a $20 gift card to Applebee's. Go get that shot. You know,
just put a bike lock on the pizza box and a key inside the back on the last page of a pamphlet. They'll get the picture.
There you go. That's a great idea. So how you been doing as far as your shows and stuff? I mean, I've seen a few of your videos, but it seems like you've been slowing down a little bit, or what's?
No, I've just been coming out of the slowdown. I made the mistake of talking about the Kung Flu, and I got a warning, and then all of a sudden, all my videos simultaneously on the same day just started tanking, and for like a month, I couldn't get anything done. And just this past week, I just started coming out. I got a video with 25,000 views. I'm just coming out of the shadow ban. So now we're back on track.
Yeah, they've been. Look, I've been getting shadow banned so bad, it's ridiculous. It's crazy. I mean, you know, and I'm sick of talking about it anyway, because if you don't know by now, you'll never know. But, you know, once in a while, you can't help yourself. It just spills out. Like, you know, like with these things in Ukraine now, with these, you know, these laboratories that they're denying, then they're admitting. I mean, it's just a lot of crazy.
Vladimir Putin is holding a pep rally today in Moscow. A pep rally.
That's amazing.
And that fucking unlike the US, there's countries that have state-run news agencies. Like Britain has a lot of state-run news agencies. North Korea and Russia, all of their news agencies on television are state-owned and operated. So they had an editor, one of the editors for the show, come out on air. I don't know if you've seen it. And she held up a sign and said in English, "End the war in Ukraine, peace." And then it said in Russian, like, "End the war in Ukraine." She was on air for about 10 seconds before she got pulled off. And she was sentenced the next day without trial to 15 years in prison. They started a new law that says if anyone has anything negative to say publicly in any fashion about the war with Ukraine, then they're subject also to 15 years in jail. I mean, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and believe it, they'll try to pass laws like that here a little at a time. I mean, do you see the law that they're trying to get? I mean, they've been doing it.
What, in Kentucky?
With you can't record a police officer and all that shit.
So that's in Oklahoma and Oklahoma, Arizona, and passing in Missouri. But just recently in Kentucky, 2 days ago, they passed a law saying that it's illegal to insult police. So you can record them, you can say what you can, but if you say you're a tyrant, you pig, then you've just broken the law. You've committed a felony.
How crazy is that?
That's the world that we live in.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get to the point where, for you may be out of business. You won't be able to record them anymore because every state's gonna adapt that law, and you know what they're gonna use for their excuse? Well, we have a camcorder on the police officer, so we don't need for you to re-record it.
Yeah, business is always going to boom. You know what the best video is? The one where you get arrested. So that's what they don't understand. They think that things are going to slow down because they pass illegal laws. That doesn't slow things down at all. The Constitution says that any law that abridges the Constitution in itself is unconstitutional. It's not a fucking law. It's as good as the paper that it's fucking written on. So that's not going to stop me from filming. And it's just going to make situations worse because as soon as you arrest me, that video is going viral, number one. Number two, the Supreme Court, 9 times out of 10, when it's a clear case of constitutional protected activity, they're going to overrule that. And then what follows after that is the lawsuit. But making these illegal laws, that's not going to slow things down. It's just going to get us more viral.
Well, that's great then. Do you see what they're trying to do? I don't know if you're aware of this. The World Health Organization. They're trying to pass a bill. It's a treaty basically, and if a country signs on to it, what they're doing is they're basically forfeiting their constitution under medical reasons. Like so, the WHO. Let's say the U.S. signed into this treaty. They would take over, and they basically can say you have to have a green pass. You have to go get the shot. They basically could take over now.
Yeah, that's nothing new, though. I mean, each state has had their own constitution since the Constitution was incepted, and each state's constitution under federal rights has their ability under medical health crises to enforce any policies or measures that they deem fit. So, I mean, to ask us to do it on a global level, it's not insane to believe that they would do it because they're already doing it at a state level. Not for nothing, but during a pandemic, if the governor says that you have to wear a thong on your face and you can only leave the house on a fucking pogo stick, then you have to wear a thong on your face and hop around on a pogo stick. That's nothing new. They're just adapting it to a global community.
Yeah, well, they were talking about like the reason why they want to pass this is something like because of DeSantis. And they'll be able to override the governors of the states and say, no, you got to put this diaper on, which I find crazy because each state is like its own country in a way. I mean, we're 50 states. Each state
but that
is a country.
That doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, if you're looking at it in legalese, it doesn't really matter that each state has its own constitution and a National Guard was implemented to protect each state's rights. However, when you start talking about world health crises, especially after the Spanish flu, they started implementing all these laws where if a governor wasn't doing his part, the executive branch of the government can overstep the state branch. I mean, that's nothing new. So that's just the problem, though, is that we, the people, are allowing them to decide what is and what is not a medical emergency. A president, for all intents and purposes, is not a medical doctor. He may have access to them, but in order to bypass the Constitution, you can't start suspending constitutional rights under the guise of a medical emergency. But that's been going on since 1912.
So what's the best way to fight back at that? Just don't cooperate, even if they do pass some type of laws? You know, the WHO?
I mean, it depends on where you're at in life. If you're at the place in life where, you know, security, outweighs your rights and, life is good for you and you don't want to take the risk, then there is no way to bypass it. If you're about, being an American and being a free people, then, you take the arrest, you take the ride, you bring it to the Supreme Court, because as much as this pandemic is front page worldwide news, the news as well, to get airtime, wants to get the opposing side. If you go in someplace not wearing a mask, I'm not saying it's equivalent to what happened, for example, to Rosa Parks, but if you look at the sense of civil disobedience and standing up for your rights, that's going to gain traction. And the United States Supreme Court has made a ton of mistakes, but historically speaking, when it comes to this pandemic and free speech, they've been pretty hardline on ruling in our favor. So it just depends. It depends if you've chosen security over liberty. It's not about the government at this point. We put ourselves in this situation, so it's really up to us to get out of it.
So it's really up to the people to be willing to get arrested. I mean, and I think 99% of Americans aren't willing to do it.
But
you know what? That's a big problem. Until they have nothing to lose.
We only have to get to 3%. I mean, if you look at it, when we withdrew and seceded from colonial rule, only 3% of the nation at that point. And when we started, it was around 1%. It wasn't until we got the full support of the Continental Congress that we were able to actually secede. Yesterday, I actually celebrated in Massachusetts the first time that British were walked off of U.S. soil. So the percentage and the numbers have never really mattered. It's just the willingness that the people have now versus the willingness of what the people had then is totally different, because we were getting slaughtered. We had nothing to lose. I mean, and now people think that they have everything to lose. You just have to look at it in the sense that everything's already gone. I mean, so what? You go to jail for a little bit? I've done it. It just,
Right.
All we need is between 1% and 3%. I mean, if you look at the populace of the United States, 1% to 3% holds a pretty good weight. I mean, a petition, they say if you get 5,000 signatures, that could be enough to enact change in law. Imagine if you get millions of signatures or millions arrests or people go out in mass. And that's what happened during George Floyd. Like, people need to not mistake the fact that for the first time since the Revolutionary War, people ran the country. Police fled from their buildings. Government officials fled from their buildings. We controlled the streets. That was not that long ago. I mean, Thomas Jefferson said there should be an uprising every 20 years so that their people maintain their spirit of resistance. It took about 250 years, but we did. And we maintained that spirit. It's just people have this conception like, oh, George Floyd, we got what we wanted, and let's take a break now. Let's go back to kittens being saved by cops. And that can't be where we're at.
You're right. Makes perfect sense. I mean, hopefully, eventually we get enough people to buy into that theory, because I think it's on point. We have to we can't let the things go. Like once we got momentum, we got to keep going. And what we do is we pull back and we let them gain momentum back again.
Listen, you know how you do it? You run for office. And when I say that, people at home are thinking, yeah, that's stupid. We'll never get elected. But when you think of this, when people run for office, they declare their party and then they enter into a PAC. And a PAC is a set aside amount of funds that a delegate that's running for office for whatever party they're from can have access to those funds to help their election, right? So if I'm running for city office from where I'm from and I'm going through a PAC, my reach is to the local area that I'm at. But with this platform we call fucking YouTube, I mean, I'm available to view in 80 different countries. So I just took a city problem and made it a world problem. And I'll tell you one thing, if we're talking about local elections for small towns, you only need about 20 to 25,000 votes to win. I have 75,000 subscribers and 20 million views. It's not a stretch to say that we could win. But secondly, even if we don't, we put our local issues on a worldwide stage. It's not about winning or losing. It's about how many people you can access to deliver that message. The guy that you're running against, he has a very limited Facebook community pages, local news. We have YouTube. We can get the message out there. And that's what we need to start doing. Running for office. A loss isn't necessarily a loss. It's still a victory if you get more eyes on what you're doing.
Yeah, like there's a guy in Jersey that ran for governor against this guy Murphy, right? And he was a nobody. Nobody even, I think he was just like a regular guy sitting in his house and decided he wanted to do it as a joke, kind of. And he almost won. He probably did win because they probably did what they had to do. They rigged it up because I didn't see anybody that would go vote for this guy, Murphy. But he ended up winning by like less than 1%. It was like a 1%, just above. I think it was less. Then the guy could have reordered all the elections to get counted again. That's how it was like a less than 1% or something. So there's a guy that just almost won it, like you're talking. And
there's been presidential elections.
Nobody.
There's been presidential elections where one party has won by 100,000 votes, and you might think to yourself, okay, 100,000 votes is still a lot, so it wasn't that close. I have videos that are doing shitty that have 100,000 views on them. You know what I mean? Like, we can absolutely make a difference. And that's just that 100,000. The next time, maybe you lose by 50,000. The next time you lose by 20,000. But when you still chip away, the normal average American citizen loves the fringe factor, right? You have left, you have right. But when you're that guy in the middle that's saying, this is what's wrong with both parties, this is how we can, bring bipartisanship back together, and this is how we can focus on we the people. We the people have always voted for an underdog. Our country was birthed from an underdog story. There is no better story. If it was possible once, it's possible again. We just need to be willing to get off our pampered, privileged asses to be able to say, it's time to fucking do something. Here's the line. I'm at the front of it. Get the fuck behind me. And if you don't like it, don't fall in, fall out.
Yeah, America loves an underdog. That's for sure. Every movie that has an underdog in America blows up. Remember Rocky when it first came out? The underdog, Rudy, the movie Rudy. Everybody loves an underdog. That's for sure.
I mean, that's the point. Rudy fucking sucked. He was really bad, and he played for 5 years because he was deferred 1 year. But no one remembers his 5 years of riding a bench. People only remember the 40-something seconds that it took him to run from one end zone to the other. And that's all we need. We don't need 300 years of debauched history with, institutional racism, conspiracy theories, and a tyrannical government. We need that 40 seconds where we can show someone that you can do it. Because the most dangerous asset and weapon in any arsenal when you're talking about a free people is hope. Because if we're beaten and we're bogged down, we don't give a shit. And then we replace our liberties for securities. But when we have that little bit of hope, that's a very dangerous thing. And it's a powerful driving force.
That's a good, you know what? That's a good theory. I think I'm going to have to, even me, myself, I catch myself saying like, these guys, they got all the power. It's like it's getting to be hopeless, but I got to start to bring more hope instead of more non-hope, because we need hope. You're right.
Now, let me tell you something. Our country historically has been separated by class, not just racial class, but by financial class, right? So when something happens to an underprivileged neighborhood, it's normally the underprivileged neighborhood that stands up. If something happens to, a company that's filing bankruptcy on rich tax cuts, it's other rich companies that stand up. When we look at George Floyd, I marched from South Boston all the way to the State House in Massachusetts, down cobblestone roads. And when we're doing these protests, we're used to seeing equal social class and economics out there supporting. But when we're marching down downtown Boston, we're looking at high rises, at $1 million condos where you have doctors, nurses, every day, from median range income to high range income out there supporting you. And that many people had not walked those streets to demand accountability from a just government since the Redcoats were escorted out of Boston. That anniversary was celebrated yesterday, and that's a powerful thing. So we, the people, still have the ability to come together and not worry about socioeconomic class structure. But we had a little bit of hope. We saw something that was unjust. We as a people decided collectively it was unjust, and we got that little bit of hope. We just need that little bit of hope. Unfortunately, that little bit of hope can't come from the loss of life at the hands of a violent police officer. That hope needs to be our resilience for each other.
Great logic. I got to put this all into a show, what you're saying, because it makes total sense. We need the hope.
Just so you know, Pops, by the way, this is our platform, AFA and Pops for President 2024. Now, I'm not kidding, dude. When I was in jail, I was looking up the laws as a convicted felon. What can I run for? And so I cannot run for governor, right? But I can run for lieutenant governor, which makes no sense because if the governor is removed from office, lieutenant governor steps up. But every office besides governor in the state of Massachusetts, I can run for, yes. So the last election for a state representative from my district won pretty much unchallenged, and he got about 30,000 votes. Let's convert that into views. I mean, I have a video I released 2 days ago during a shadow ban that almost has 30,000 views. We have the very real ability to run for government and implement changes. And when you get there, that's it. The rest of the house of cards all falls down. It takes one domino. Just be that domino.
I thought about it. There was on Staten Island back when I lived in New York, there was a guy that was a congressman from Staten Island. And this guy was like, he was nobody, and he played ball with the elites. You could see he was that type. And I said, if I ran against this guy, and I knew a lot of people on Staten Island, they knew what type of person I was, I think I would have beat him. And I was looking into it, but it seemed like there was a lot of other things that you had to do, and it made it complicated. I don't know, maybe I was looking into it the wrong way, but like you needed a certain amount of signatures and you needed a certain amount of money to even run. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would definitely run for a small office somewhere.
You don't need money. There's political PACs out there where if you're running for a delegated party, that you have access to those funds based on your reach and your background decides how much money that you get. But let me ask you a question, Pops. Yeah. If you see 100 people line up in front of a boxing ring, and in that boxing ring is Mike Tyson, you're the very last person. every single person steps into that ring, you see 7 people in a row get knocked the fuck out. You're probably going to say to yourself, it's no point fighting him. Look how quickly he knocked that 7 people out. I'm not stepping in the ring, right? However, that's just because people jump to the conclusion of that defeatist attitude, thinking that nothing can be done. You sit patiently at the end of that line because even Tyson in his prime can't fight 100 people. So by the time it gets to you, you walk in that ring, he's tired, he's weary, he can't throw his punch, he can't dodge yours, and you leave him on the ground. It doesn't matter about the 99 that failed before you. It matters about the one that's victorious. And the government is the same as fucking Tyson. He can get knocked the fuck out, and so can they.
I love the logic the way you explain it. It makes sense. Like if you were 100 guy, you got in the ring, his arms, he can't even pick up his arms anymore, and you could just knock him right out.
Because after people get scared, after 6 or 7 fights, they're like, damn, it's Tyson, and they're out. And that's the same thing with government. No one wants to stick around and chip away at this government collectively. Now, if there weren't 100 people, if there were only 10, you'd probably get knocked out because all of those other people got too scared to stand up and fight. And you know what? Maybe take the loss so someone else can take the win. When you're playing blackjack at a casino, you're not playing for yourself. It's the same concept. You're playing for the table, with the table, for one common purpose, to take down the house. So I'll take a loss and I won't hit on a 12 if I know there's a good chance that if you're sitting next to me, you might be able to beat the house because then we're breaking the odds. It's the same concept, but people are willing to do that in blackjack because they can make money. People aren't making money if we're making changes in the government. And it's a really sad fucking day when we replace hope for currency, because when you replace hope for currency, you convert rights to privileges.
Yeah. I mean, could you even imagine there were a few hundred people like me and you, and we're running for all like local, offices, and we started winning. That would be like, then more people would start doing it. And before you know it, we would get regular people in these political positions that we need.
History has the ability and tends to quite often repeat itself. I was in St. John's Baptist Parish, Louisiana. We were just filming a sheriff's department, and they came out all freaked out, 8 cops, all with ARs. And they arrested us, and we were still live. So when we get inside, we're being strip searched, we're getting TB shots, we're being processed, all for a fine that's only payable by $25. It wasn't even trespassing. It was refusing to leave after being forbidden. And then they started getting the calls, and they realized that they had some YouTubers on their hand, and this might not get swept under the rug. So the sheriff comes and he says, "You're no longer under arrest. You're free to go." So our ride's out front, and they says, "But you're not free to go here. We're going to put you in chains." They put us in handcuffs, and they drove us 3 hours away and dropped us off behind a shopping mall at a swamp in Baton Rouge, right? So the prosecutor wound up not prosecuting at all, and they conducted 3 separate investigations into the sheriff's department, and all 3 investigations from all 3 separate entities were sustained, right? So you might think that was the most moving part of the story, that we got out. That was the hope, right? That wasn't even it. I found out that where we got dropped off was in Carroll County. We're about 50 yards away when in 1952, 3 civil rights activists were killed by the very same sheriff's department and dumped off in that area. That was the moment of hope, the moment of resilience to say, you know what? People were here before me. People can be here after me. We're in the fucking middle of this thing. So we need to stand up and fucking do something. But just people are so like secure with their Toyota Yaris, and who wants to go out and get arrested? Gas is $5.60 in California. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but what you're saying is so true. I mean, think about this too. You got dropped off there, but they didn't kill you, right? But prior to you, they killed those people. So that alone is an accomplishment that they didn't even murder you, because think about it. So things are getting a little, they're more accountable, even though we want them to be way more accountable. But I don't know how a local police department, and I guess they are, but when you look at your story, you just said, how much corruption is there in this country? I mean, even a small police department is doing stuff that's out of control.
Well, no one had done it before, and that's the problem. That's the feedback. I mean, my wallet was stolen with $800 in it. And then when you reviewed the camera footage, the guy that was processing us actually took the fucking wallet. You know what I mean? Like, we're settling for less, okay? And this sheriff is voted into office. We, again, it all goes back to us putting ourselves in the same situation. Anytime I talk about law enforcement, I refer to like an example of parenting children. You know, if you allow your kids to do the wrong thing over and over again, they're going to think that it's acceptable. And it's the same with the police, and it's the same with the government. We're not putting them in the corner and taking their privileges away for a couple weeks. We're allowing them to do this. But when George Floyd happens and we say, you know what, guys, you're on timeout. You're not getting your cell phone. You're not going on to fucking Instagram. You're not going to tweet. You're not going to twat. You guys are grounded for the next month. What did the government do? Absolutely nothing. They ran, because there's always more inmates than there are employees at the asylum.
I love it. We got to write a book on your like expression, you know, things you say, like your quotes. I remember the one that stuck in my head. I love your Thomas Jefferson quote.
Which one?
The one where you said every 20 years.
Oh, yeah, there should be an uprising every 20 years so that the people maintain their spirit of resistance. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one where, you know, we got to get rid of the government every 20 years.
No, the government said when everything burned down, the government was like, this is treachery. You know, people are taking fire to the streets. People forget that John Hancock said, I would rather see my father's city burnt to ashes than be engulfed in the tyranny that it is now. Because if it is, we're already ash. You know what I mean? Like, our founding fathers knew that if we could live through tyranny once, we could live through tyranny again. It doesn't matter which flag is flying at the top of the Capitol building. They were well aware that this could continue to happen. And that's why they gave us National Guards. People think the National Guard is a federal institution. The National Guard was incepted so that each state had its own private force to protect itself from secession and other incursions from other states. Like, militias were formed because that was the very basis of what our military was in the revolution. You know, we didn't have a huge friggin' army. We depended on militias, and we need to depend on the very basic grassroots of our constitutional rights to perpetuate this thing from going anymore. Because right now, the only thing that's different from us and, you know, the UK in 1775 is the flag. And the colors are pretty much the same, just the way that it looks. And we need to change that.
Yep. Oh, makes perfect sense. I mean, how much is, I have somebody here. How much is gas in Boston? Because they all know you're from Boston.
About $4.50 right now, give or take, between $4.20 and $4.60.
That's how much it is. Right now, I'm in Jersey, by the way. I'm not even in Missouri anymore. I'm actually with my sister, and it's about that price now. And I got to get out of Jersey. I'm going to get out of here soon. This is basically just a stop by for a while. I'm thinking to move to Florida because everybody
Papa,
I
you
speak
want
to
to
in
change the
Florida
gas
is doing.
prices, change it.
What was that?
If you, like, I'm not saying you personally, but if you, anyone who's listening, want to change the gas prices, change it. You know, Biden pulled out American troops last minute, putting the lives of our freedom fighters in jeopardy to leave Afghanistan. And this isn't about the war on terror. It's about the way that the executive branch operates government, right? This guy is a total inept coward. Okay, so when we say if you want to change the gas prices, change it. Why are the gas prices skyrocketing? Because of the conflict in the Ukraine. Now, understanding this, Vladimir Putin is not an idiot. Most people don't know that there was a law that only gave you 2 terms as president. So he became the acting president, which excluded him from the 2-term limit. Then he became president for 2 terms. He had to step down. Then he became the prime minister of the country, right? And changed the constitution, saying that the prime minister, that the president could serve an unlimited number of terms. Once that law was changed, he ran for president again, unopposed, and became president, creating a dictatorship. And he's smart enough to know that with his actions, especially the amount of gas we get from the Ukraine and from Russia, that he can put a stranglehold on our economy. So we, the people, are suffering the consequences of this, and we, the people, can make a difference. Biden just has to remember what the fuck he had for breakfast, take his Alzheimer medications, and grow a pair of balls. And then we can change the gas price. But it's election season, so it just might not be the right time for him to do that.
Yeah, well, he has been, though, Biden's always been anti-American anyway, even in the beginning of his political career. He's always been he's always been on the other side. So this guy I really just feel everything he's doing is done intentionally. And I think he plays that he's that dopey guy. He may actually know what he's really doing, but he's just playing dopey. But here's what I don't get, and I said this on my last show. So Biden can be overruled by the Congress and Senate. Why are they letting the oil skyrocket? Why don't they step in and do it? Because they're in on it. They want just to point the finger at him and say it's his fault.
It's special interest, Pops. That's all what it comes down to is special fucking interests. Because as the gas price, the government has instituted that price gouging during the pandemic is illegal. Because we're facing certain shortages because of a health crisis, you can't in turn double the price for toilet paper because it's not available. They found that is illegal, rightfully so. However, when the gas prices are now skyrocketing and we can't get the oil from the Ukraine, American oil companies, instead of creating more affordable gas to stabilize the economy, create more jobs, and take us away from the stranglehold from outside influencers, they're doing the same thing. They're saying, well, you know what? They're getting $5.60 a gallon for Ukraine oil in California. So this price of our gasoline that we got from Texas should only cost $3 a gallon. But fuck it. Now it's $6. Now it's 10 cents less. So they're doing the same thing. They're price gouging during a pandemic, which is the same thing they just said was illegal. But that is what our government has been. A complete and total contradiction of itself. And it all comes down to special interests.
Yeah. And another thing people don't realize, we only got 4% of our oil from Russia, but they supply Europe. So when they put all these sanctions on them, Europe's oil prices are through the roof. Now what happens is the Saudis who are pumping the oil out, they gouge the price because they know Europe needs it. But guess what? It makes America's oil go up. Like you said, even they're drilling here, they don't care. They're going to gouge the price, right? So the price per barrel of oil goes up, supply and demand, and our price goes up.
I mean, think of it like, when you talk about the poorest economic class structure as far as country goes, you're looking at Africa. 1 out of every 7 people have HIV. The average income for a family every day is 53 cents. There's absolutely nothing there. But when you look next to Africa, the Middle East is the most poverty stricken when you're talking about, per capita. However, there's no member of the Saudi royal family that has a net worth less than $900 million. And I don't know if you've done any research, but there's thousands of members of the Saudi royal family. So their people are living in poverty while these guys are just kicking back. The poorest country in the world is Swaziland, Africa. And it's the last absolute monarchy where the king isn't a figurehead. The king can do whatever he wants, hang you in the middle of Times Square if he so chooses. And this guy just bought a $9 billion plane. Like that's crazy. A $9 billion plane. And people have a 53 cent income per day, per capita, if they're living in a decent fucking neighborhood. Okay. This is just, it's a problem where like the global community affects us. So Biden doesn't want to get involved because it's not the U.S., right? Because people got sick and tired of the U.S. meddling in other people's affairs. But then when you pull out, you realize how much some of that interruption was necessary. You know what I mean? So we don't need someone. If it affects us, it's now our affair. We don't even have the largest standing army. China does. So without the largest standing army, Russia completely rivals us as far as nuclear arsenal goes. We are not a world power anymore. So we need to step up and say, if it affects us, then fuck you.
But people, with this Russia thing, they're escalating it. If they do this no-fly zone, now what that is basically a declaration of war. And if a Russian plane, we shoot one down, 12 miles outside of California, there are Russian subs sitting in neutral waters. And they can launch. And if they launch, it's hitting California like in a minute and a half, 2 minutes. That missile's getting there. and people
Well, I
don't
mean,
realize.
they can just strike. We have bases all over the world. They can strike our Okinawa base. I mean, that's in flight distance. You know, any basic cruiser missile can hit Okinawa. I
Yeah.
mean, we're not like untouchable. And
Right.
people they need to take threats like Russia, but even more so North Korea more seriously, because everyone's under this impression that North Korea, if they fire on us, then we will fire back on them, and we will destroy everything, total damage and carnage. So that dismisses this as a threat. But when you have these unstable leaders like Kim Jong and like Putin, they don't necessarily give a shit. They control what their people see. They're willing to lose total loss of life just to say that they took a hit at the West. We need to take these threats seriously. We have to start breaking them down, and we have to do something to better our defenses, because the best defense for America has been zero offense for the past 20 years. I mean, let's call it what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. Definitely, you're on point. And like you said, with North Korea, that guy, he don't care. He's got an underground bunker somewhere that's like probably a little city, and he knows he could go down there and you could blow his whole country up. He's still going to be alive.
I mean, talk about conspiracy theories. There was a coup in the 70s, and I forget the actual name of what it's called, but it's like reciprocity something. So the law was in place where if we get struck, we strike back. No questions asked. That's it, right?
Right.
So this small fraction of American capitalists were like, fuck it. We're going to strike the U.S. We're going to pretend to be terrorists. So that way the U.S. has no choice but to strike back or ask questions and blow this place off the face of the earth. And this coup was figured out. That was a conspiracy theory until it was a fact. This stuff happens today. I mean, don't think for a second that, you know, our senators and our congressmen and women and our representatives are sitting back saying this thing that's going on in the Ukraine is really bad for fucking business. It's not. And they are fucking happy to just sit back and update their Facebook profile picture with the Ukraine flag and say, I stand with Ukraine, and go to bed feeling like they did something for the day. You want to do something for the day? Get the fuck up, stand up, demand accountability for your government, defend the people and the Constitution you swore to uphold from enemies, foreign and domestic, and start making some differences for the people who are paying for taxation with representation. The revolution kicked off because of a 1% fucking tax on tea. If we can fucking revolutionize over a 1% fucking tea tax, don't get it twisted. The people hold the power.
You know, it's funny though, if you burnt an American flag right now on YouTube, would be no big deal. If you took a Ukrainian flag right now and burnt it, oh my God, I don't know what would happen to you. You probably go to jail. This is how twisted things are right now. With this Ukrainian flag thing, they even got people like the Rothschilds made their house, their mansion, red and yellow. I mean, blue and yellow. There's pictures of it online. Like,
but what the fuck does that do? I mean, besides giving you a little bit of decent publicity and getting a bump in the stock market, that's not doing anything. If you have billions of dollars and you paint your house the color of the Ukraine flag, and then you take some poor person with absolutely no money that works in the Peace Corps and goes over to the Ukraine and offers free medical aid to anyone that may need it, that's the person that's not getting seen, that's doing more work. You know, it's smoke and mirrors. That's all that it is.
Yep. It's all smoke and mirrors. And you're not going to know almost anything what's going on because they'll scrub it. They're hiding it. I mean, there's a guy on YouTube that's a journalist that's on the ground in Ukraine and showing all different things that are going on there. And YouTube's just scrubbing them, like, you know, they're just burying them. And
I mean, everyone wants to say they back up Ukraine. They don't. I mean, like, you ask 9 out of 10 people, who is the president of Ukraine? He's been on the radio every single day. He was just on the radio today stating that he has found proof in communiques that the Russian government is sending out soldiers dressed in Ukraine military garb and attacking Russian bases. So he's saying, listen, if you guys see this, just so you know, here's the communiques. We just made them public. They're planning to dress as us, attack their own people just to have an excuse to use chemical weapons, because that's where we're at now with Ukraine. Russia is using chemical weapons. So it's just no, but and no one knows that. Everyone says that they support Russia. No one knows that. No one knows Ukrainian president's name. I mean, so how much are you supporting just by saying like we back the Ukraine? You're doing absolutely fucking nothing. You're doing more of a fucking disservice.
I'm not crazy about that Ukrainian president, though. Did you ever see the videos of him in drag dancing? He's an actor. He's wearing an iron cross on his shirt. I mean, like.
Yeah, but you know what he's also not
believe anymore.
You know what he's also not doing though? He hasn't ran. He's doing these public addresses in public places. He has a very limited security detail. I don't give a shit about anything he's done or anything that he's said. When you look at a leader, when a country is in time of peril, like people will spend all the time in the world, and probably the most impersonated president besides Bill Clinton is George Bush. And they call this guy a fucking moron. However, when the towers fell, he was exactly the president that we needed, boots on the fucking ground, doing what the people needed to see from a leader, giving us that little bit of hope. At the very least, this guy is not running and hiding.
That I agree. You see him, he's in the trenches sometimes. So that is true. It's hard to believe either side's story when you don't have the facts from both sides. That's the problem. Like,
but that's what the U.S. wants to be the arbitrator of facts.
What about these bio labs over there? I mean, this isn't bullshit. The lady admitted it in the Senate when she was sworn under oath. I forgot her name. She admitted that they exist.
Of course they exist. I mean, we already know that they fucking exist. I mean, look at Libya. Libya's Air Force dispersed chemical weapons on a populace that wasn't even armed, that had no connection to resistance. I mean, this is what governments will do when they want to control the people, but that's what you look at as a fucking dictatorship, which is still none of our business. But once it affects us, it's our business, because I'll tell you one thing, if it can happen there, it can happen here. And people are saying, oh, it'll never happen here. If you insult a police officer, which is a constitutionally protected activity, you're going to fucking jail. It's happening here.
Yeah, it is. It's changing real quick too. The changes are real fast. That's they're operating at change the law at warp speed.
You know what you just got to remind them? No matter what they say, no matter what they do, you can't fool Pops.
Well, you can fool me once in a while. It happens, but I try to decipher it as best I can, because when you look at, I like to always see both sides of the story, and it seems like we're not getting. Forget about this war, but we're just not getting both sides of the story with anything anymore. It's like the government, the far left, act like little children and scream and holler and accuse and blame everybody on the right side, the far right side or the conservative side, and and a lot of people are buying into this bullshit.
Well, that's by design. I mean, because if you have two conflicting sides of a story, you do what? You spend time trying to get down to what the actual truth is. And the time that you just spent trying to examine what the truth is the time you just lost saying, I don't give a fuck what the truth is. Something's happening. Something needs to be done. And that's the whole point of this thing. Left and right comes at you at both sides, so you feel like you're stuck in the middle. We are not a party. We are a free people. We are free before we are anything else. So fuck the stories, fuck the bullshit, fuck the lies, or trying to figure out if they're truths. Find the problem, isolate it, solve it.
Yeah, and try and fight for freedom, right? I mean, that's really what we got to all start to do, is fight for all the different freedoms that they're taking away.
And that's what you're doing right now. Like, just to get on a public platform, it doesn't matter if I've had 40 people in my chat and I've had 1,800 people in my chat before. It doesn't matter so much how many people are listening. It's the fact that you have the courage to talk about something, which is why you don't have a lot of people listening, right? Because this is not what what ScrewTube likes. This does not follow their liberal agenda. But it doesn't matter that you're not reaching a mass audience. What matters is you're out here talking about something because that's what's important to you, with total disregard for any special interests. And that is American.
Yep, I agree. I definitely agree with that. So I guess we got a little bit of knowledge from you today to figure out kind of, what we should be doing. I agree with a lot of the things you said.
I just said everything you told me to say in that email. Did it sound good?
I know. It sounded good. You actually must have read it good. You even put a few new words in it.
I had to ad lib. I'm on the clock for Russia, so. But I got to run. I just wanted to stop by and show some love.
I appreciate you coming by anytime. Every time you come by, it always brings this channel a little more, a couple of more subscribers is what we need to do. I need to just get a bigger following to start hitting. But
hey, you're almost on the way there, man. You're on the way there.
I hope so. From your mouth to God's ears, but we'll get there. I'm going to just keep grinding until I get there.
That's all you got to do, man. Hit the grind. Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, if you notice, people look at my channel now almost every day. I'm putting something out there, even if it's just to get on here and say, let's shoot the shit, let's talk about whatever, but let's get out here and start talking.
You know what you need to do before I go? You need to find someone that supports Russia, then find someone that's in total support of Ukraine, put them on your platform, and let them debate it out and be totally unfiltered, and then let people come up from the chat and start asking each side questions. And that's how you cut right through to the bullshit. There's one on the left, there's one on the right. Go down the middle, fuck the lies. Let's take care of this.
Yeah, this is that's how my son thinks. Fuck the lies. That's my son, by the way. He's like, fuck the lies.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, I appreciate you, everybody. I know you have 2 channels, so just drop your links in the chat if you want. Check out AFA, and what was the other channel's name? Accountability for Us is the other one?
Yeah, my main channel is Accountability for All, and my second channel where we just kind of shoot the shit is the AFA crew. But no one needs to go subscribe. I don't want to take any people out of your chat. Just keep doing what you're doing, and I'll be watching. I'll
drop the links at the end of the show anyway. I appreciate you.
All right, be good, man. Thanks, Pops.
You too. God bless.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So there you go. If you didn't check out his channel that later on, check it out. Guys, he's a real solid person. I mean, he's actually a book of knowledge when it comes to a lot of our civil liberties and things. Some of them are hard to change, but he seems to have a plan. So I think some of it makes sense. And like I said, I think we just have to, I've been thinking about this, like how do we change this? And I think we have to force ourselves to start talking to people when we go out and we see just somebody with a diaper on their face, or just you're sitting on the grocery line and you just say something and maybe you get a response like, yeah, you believe what's going on over there? And boom, you got to start a conversation. You got to open people's eyes. You got to start dropping like, hey, you watch what news? Fox News? Did you ever see this news channel? And give them the news channel. Hey, did you ever see InfoWars? Give them stuff. We got to start throwing these things out there. We got to start putting seeds in people's heads. And the more we start doing that, it's going to start to spread. It's like a cancer. And that's a good cancer. We got to be the cancer to these globalists who are, in my mind, globalists are communists. There's no difference in them no more. They basically want the same thing, power and money. And they're willing to get that power and money through the misery of the regular people. They don't really care about how much misery we go through. There are people right now that are jumping for joy. There's a war going on in Ukraine and Russia. They don't care about the innocent people, the regular people that are getting killed. These guys are sitting home like just losing it because they're making so much money. There are people actually going to become very wealthy because of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. Don't misunderstand what's going on. The globalists have this whole thing as a plan. Okay, so there are people getting rich on this thing right now. Let's see if we have any questions. Where's the RT News? And what does RT News mean? The right what? because RT News is, I don't know what the T is. I mean, right? What? I'm going to go to a news anyway. I don't know. You people got to start looking at news channels like this. This is the Gateway Pundit. This guy may exaggerate a drop of the headline, but there's so much truth into what he says. He's on the right side. He's a conservative guy, supports Trump and things like that. But this guy that owns this newspaper, Gateway Pundit, I'll put it up here. This guy, I think you'll find a lot more truth in his. Oh, Rust TV. Okay, what is Rust TV? News banned in USA. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. I'm going to look into that. Well, little by little, they're going to, they're trying to see how much they can get away with. They've been banning and banning and banning. They're doing the cancel first, the cancel culture. And when that runs out of steam, they'll start just outright banning people. So this is the Gateway Pundit. And if you look at it, you'll see a lot of stuff. The thing that annoys me the most, though, is when we're talking about these audits and these election things in 2020. Look, Arizona had this big thing months ago. They found everything, but nothing happened. Nothing seems to be happening. They're showing us it. It's like showing me you robbed the bank. You're the bank robber, but nothing happens to the bank robber. So this is the thing that annoys me the most. All these things with the voter audits and all that. Is it possible that not one of them, there's a lot of states doing it, Wisconsin, Nevada, not one of those states, we never got any type of win. All we hear is information. They're still doing it. They're still investigating. They're redoing it. They're reinvestigating. They're redoing. But when are we going to get a win? The people need a win. We need a state that actually it's going to overturn it and say, yeah, there was too much corruption. But it's not going to happen. I don't know why they squash it somehow. All right. Good grief. Stacey Abrams make a cameo as president of the United Earth on Star Trek Discovery. Could you imagine now these people are becoming actors? This lady is unbelievably hates people, hates everything, cheats. She's done all kinds of craziness. And now they're putting her in Star Trek? Well, I guess I'm going to have to stop watching Star Trek now. All right. Trump responds to New York Times report on Hunter Biden's laptop. Who cares about Hunter Biden anymore? Even if you show me his laptop, all the things on it, and you put him in jail, it doesn't change anything anymore. Okay? His father got in. If they would have had that information out there from the beginning, like the New York Post was doing, they would have really had a harder time in doing what they did with the votes and everything. It would have made it a lot harder for them to steal. So I don't care about this old school. They're giving me, I don't like the old news. Give me the new news. Give me the stuff that makes a difference, that's going to change, because it seems to be all this old shit doesn't change anything. So what? Like, they're talking about these labs, right? They're denying it. Then they're hiding it. Then she's admitting it. That's the girl in the Congress. So now it's kind of on a level like people are they're just trying to make you forget. And then 6 months from now, after the war is over, they'll go, they'll try to cover their ass and make it sound like they're truth tellers. Oh, yeah, these labs and this and that. And what good is it if you're going to hide it for when it's needed? See, they hide the truth a lot now in time frames. Like, they'll hide it now and then they'll bring it up 4 months later. Okay, which is ridiculous. So that's a big problem we have right now. I think the number one enemy is the media, no matter what. Memo to Catholic Cardinals calls current Pope a catastrophe and a disaster, calls for next Pope to support Christian fidelity. Listen, absolutely. This guy's made devil signs, 3-6 signs right on stage. This guy's the Pope. Car-free Sundays. The Internal Energy Agency urges governments to implement emergency measures to cut oil consumption. So I guess on Sunday, they're going to tell you can't use your car. All right. Suggest on Sundays don't drive to church, opting for public transit or working from home. So they're trying to tell you they're opting. I guess they're not going to force it yet, but I could see that happening where they say, all right, well, you're not allowed to use your car on Sunday unless you need it for this certain thing maybe, or you have to work or whatever. You would have to prove you work on Sunday, something to that effect, or take a bus on Sunday. I mean, you know. Thank you letter to our readers from political prisoner at D.C., Gitmo. Please read this inspiring letter from J6er Shane Jenkins. So, how is somebody that went in that building end up in Gitmo to begin with? I mean, really? A patriotic supporter ends up in Gitmo? I mean, I don't know. It's getting crazy. Putin appears at Moscow Stadium, praises troops in Ukraine, crowds chant Russia, Russia, Russia video. So here you got, he had a rally. Putin, here's the rally. You may not be able to hear it, but the Russian people are behind him. You don't fill up stadiums like this, you know. I'm sure Biden could fill up a telephone booth, you know. How many people are going to come to his rally? I don't think Biden could fill a Little League stadium. Okay? We're talking about maybe 500. I don't know if he could fill up a Little League stadium. Or maybe a minor league stadium, 2,000-3,000 people. Because they'll probably pay everybody to go, you know, reporters and everything. So here you got a guy in Russia with a packed house in a stadium. And he's having a rally. I mean, just then, Russian leader Putin attends huge patriotic rally in Moscow Stadium. Look at it. Look how many people are there. So our media is telling us, you know, the people are against him. It don't look like they're against him to me, if you ask me. This looks like Donald Trump crowds, you know. Look at that. All right. So there's some news for you that you won't see from your CNN, which is globalist news, or even Fox Network, which to me is, I consider Fox bisexual. They don't know which way they want to go. A few of their reporters go to the right, a few go to the left. I think they're confused about who they represent. They're the biggest. I think they're the biggest prostitute news out there is Fox, because they go both ways. Warning: 170,000 illegals amass on U.S. southern border, ready to storm across when Biden ends the rules, the COVID rules. And this is a picture. I don't know. I think I seen this picture last year, so I don't know if these are old pictures, to be honest. And we got Trump with Secretary of State Katie Hobbs signed my filing papers. She certified her own election loss. Kari Lake is the first candidate from either party to qualify for 2022 election. I don't know. I think I'm real. I seen this lady. She's real tough. I like her. I think I'm ready to run soon. I'm going to run for some type of office. Pops for mayor or something. I don't know. We'll see. Elector files complaint accusing Madison, Wisconsin mayor and city clerk of election bribery. Like I said before, big deal. Look, they got these people on videotapes pulling out suitcases under the table. Nothing happened. It's all bullshit. They don't do anything. I don't know why. Why every single state, every single judge, every single district attorney, attorney general, nothing. And we haven't gotten a win yet. When are we going to get a win, the people? That's what we need. We need a win to start the chain. He's our return. Jim Alvarez caught hanging out with never Trumpers at secret meetings. So we got traitors, you know. So this guy's supposed to be the Trump side, and he's with never Trumpers. Attorney General Mark Baranovich. See, there's a lot of rhinos out there. You know, I think they're almost all rhinos. You know, you look at Ted Cruz, you think he's not a rhino. I think he's a rhino too. All right, he gets up there, he says his speeches, he looks all pretty, and he does his shit, but nothing gets done. So, and then he don't press them. He'll bring up stuff one time and he lets it go. So, what good is it? And let's bring this to back. Okay, so CDC pulls a fast one, eliminates 25% of pediatric COVID deaths overnight, blames it on coding error. So they're blaming it on a coding error. Okay? And be sure that a lot of the stuff that you see here, it's got to be true. This is a newspaper. They'll put this guy out of bed. They'll put him in jail the way things are right now. So if he's not speaking the truth. So this guy's on top of them, and they don't want to deal with this newspaper. So Oregon's top children's hospital teaches young boys to tuck their genitals, direct kids to sex shop. What? Like, I don't know. Is this what they're trying to tell kids, to duck them? Like, what are they talking about? Like, this is crazy. They're showing these kids charts. Tucking it, even if it makes them get nauseous or aroused. So they want them to tuck them underneath their legs. Like, is this the craziness that we are allowing these people to do? All right, so here we go. Today's Ukrainian war heroes were yesterday's white supremacists, and now neo whatever fighting in Russia. So here it is. This guy, I guess they're showing you him here, comparing him to here. This is what they're trying to show you. It's the same people. You got to realize, even when you see the police, and even when you see the police in these different cities, not too much in America yet, but you will start to see it. And they're, like in Canada, when those cops were running over the people with horses and they were beating up the people. Those aren't the local police departments over there. What they do is they have a specialized unit, maybe of a couple of hundred officers, could be 500, and these are like cold-hearted people they hired, and basically they send them in. Now I seen in Canada, they had badges with no numbers on them. You don't even know if they really were cops. They were just hired thugs, and they put badges on them for that day. But you're going to even see that in America. So when we think all the police are against the people, it's not always true. It's they got a certain unit, and they'll bust them in, and they're cops and everything, and they'll come in there, and they'll just start busting heads up, and they don't care. You can find easy 1,000 cops out of all the cops in America that don't give two shits. They'll just bash heads. Okay, and that's the guys that they use. All right, so Castro's government follows Joe Biden in his lead, sentences 128 opposition protesters to prison for 4 to 30 years. Yeah, I mean, there's people from January 6th going to jail for like 10 years, 20 years. I mean, that's absurd. It's like total, tyranny. I mean, how are we allowing this? Let's see if anybody got any other stuff. Partly cloudy. What's up, Pops? I appreciate you coming by. What else we got? D.C. federal judge dismisses junk felony obstruction against January 6th protest. Flashback. I don't care about flashbacks. We can't. We got to stop worrying about the past. We got to worry about what's kind of going on now in our world, because things are changing by the moment. Because all the stuff that goes on in the past, they catch these people with their hand in a cookie jar. Nothing happens, right? They don't go to jail. No. It just gets in the newspaper. It's like, yeah, this guy robbed the bank. We caught him on camera, and nothing happens. I don't see the next day this guy's in jail. Never. None of these people. It's a clown show. It's a real clown show. I expect him to be indicted. Lawyer for Hunter Biden's baby mama hands over significant amount of Hunter's financial records and criminal tax rolls. Like I said before, who gives a fuck about Hunter Biden anymore? Really? Why should we care? Why should we care? We had to care when his father was running for office. That would have changed the election, maybe. It doesn't matter now. Why are they bringing this bull? I don't care anymore. Other than if he's a pedophile or something, yeah, we got to put him in jail. But I don't really care. I don't care. This shit should have happened a long time ago. I guess this newspaper is just trying to bring it up to your attention. President Trump to write on Wisconsin Speaker, do the right thing and correct the crime of the century. So they're talking about the voting and the machines again, and this shit is old news. It's just old news that never goes away. They're just making you there's still people talking about it, like nonstop. Like that's just a distraction. Nothing gets done. So a child was driving a truck that collided with a van in West Texas, killing 9 people. That's terrible news. So now they're verifying the laptop, but this lady says it couldn't be verified. So they're just showing you all the lies. I mean, should we expect anything else? Now their thing is Hunter Biden doesn't work in the government. This is what this Pizzasky's been saying now in interviews. So what? He don't work for the government. He works for his father, who is the government, and he's corrupt and he's doing all kinds of deals in Ukraine before the... What do you mean he don't? So that's your answer. He don't work for the government. So you have to work for the government now. So if Donald Trump's kids were making deals all over the planet, Donald Trump could have just said, well, they don't work for the government. I don't, like your father has influence when he's the president. So what are you people talking about? You don't work for the government. That has nothing to do with it. This is, I told you yesterday, this is one of the demons in this country. She's really, the shit that's coming out of this woman's mouth, I'm telling you, I smell it through my screen. When she starts talking, I smell shit. I think it's my dog shit on my floor. It's really coming from her mouth. It comes right through the screen. She's a demon. Biden White House, COVID coordinator, Jeff Zients stepping down from his post. Why is he stepping down? Let's see. Let's see why he's stepping down. It looks like they just want to change for the new strain they're going to tell us that's going on. They got a new one that's coming. So this guy here, he's a globalist, by the way, the president of Ukraine. Don't be misunderstood. He's been with Schwab there in meetings and everything. He is a globalist. And you know what I consider a globalist, people? Pelosi starts reading poetry by Bono on Ukraine as Americans suffer for worst inflation and gas prices. Yeah, they're not talking about like the people in America that were suffering, and there's food is out of control and gas price. No, let's just read some poetry. That's more important. Poetry. That makes me feel good. I guess we could all go to her house. She's got a lot of ice cream in that freezer. Did you ever see it? She's got like, a $10,000 freezer with all these fancy ice creams in it. Just like, President Poopy Pants, he loves his ice cream. Here we go. So Fauci's on again. I mean, it almost looks like this is CGI. I mean, look at that. And he's saying we may have to put all the restrictions in again. Round 5 is coming. You got to understand. They have now this thing. They push the button and they gain control nonstop. If there was nothing out there, they could just say, oh, well, we have all these cases. We'll push the button, everybody, put your diaper on. Listen to your masters. I think the only reason why they were loosening up a little bit is the elections are coming. And they're scared they're going to lose basically the Congress and Senate. But I got news for you anyway. There's so many bad Republicans there. The only thing is, if the Republicans start voting against things for the people, then it'll wake a lot of people up. So that's the good part. Transgender swimmer. Leah Thomas wins first NCAA finals event. So here you got a guy. I was thinking about I want to be a professional softball player in the women's league. Maybe I could put a wig and some lipstick on and go down there and I'll try out. I'm waiting for a guy to go try out for the women's and the WNBA. Like, what are they going to do then? If men start going into the WNBA, like, how are they going to stop that? I guess there's a draft, though. They just won't draft the person. Maybe I'll start a new team in the women and the WNBA, and I'll just get a bunch of guys, put wigs on them and lipstick, and we'll win the whole thing. And we'll be the best team in the women WNBA, Billions of dollars in Ukraine have gone missing, yet U.S. politicians send billions more. Of course. Where do you think it's going, people? It's going in their bank accounts. I had a friend, he owned a landscaping business, and he used to get contracts with these like condominium complexes. So the guy would give him the contract, would get a kickback. You give me the contract and I'll throw you money, I'll throw you 20%. And they'll just charge more for it anyway. Will Jen Psaki finally apologize for lying about Hunter Biden's orgy laptop now that the New York Times admits it was legit? Irish Prime Minister tests positive for COVID-19 after interacting with Biden and Pelosi. More toxic misinformation cherry pick. White House defends radical Supreme Court nominee. All right. Families. And what else we got? Grab a gun and go. Don't sit there and give me this talk. Grab a gun and go. Let's see your heroism. Stand next to Zelensky, Steve Bannon. Rips warmonger Ben Sassy. Something interesting. All right. Let's see what else we got. Anything good? Yeah, we deal with more with the voting bullshit. Nothing ever's going to get done with that. By the time, you know what they'll do? The last day before Biden has to step out of office, they'll go, yeah, we caught it all. It was all fraud. They'll do it just to rub it in and like stick it up us, and go, yep, we're going to put Donald Trump in office for one day. That's what they'll do. They'll go, yeah, we caught them. You're right. It was all fraud. They'll do that like the day before he's stepping down. Just to annoy you and let you know, ha, we knew all along. You knew all along, but you couldn't do nothing. All right. I don't know what that's all about. Santa Barbara, California may declare Chick-fil-A a public nuisance due to long drive-through lines. So if there's long drive-through lines, they're going to stop. They'll tell them you can't have drive-through because you're using too much gasoline, maybe. You're making cars use too much gas. Now, this is what they want to do. It doesn't stop. They want control of everything. They want to control the air you breathe. Believe me, they do. Yeah, they'll go after him maybe. Nothing will happen, though. This guy's just got an island with his own Fauci there, Dr. Genius over there. He's got his own island already probably set up. He'll just disappear like Cuomo. Senator Johnson on China negotiating. I think a lot of this stuff is just show. I mean, these guys have been doing the same shit over and over again, and nothing gets done, so... Here we go. Disgraced former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo already thinking of running again. So you step down, now you want to run again? It's just to annoy us, maybe. There we go. Watch 4 Disney employees retired judge among 108 arrested in human trafficking sting, Central Florida. So you got Disney employees getting arrested in a human trafficking sting. County Sheriff Grady. Yeah, Disney, we all know about Disney. Disney has a lot of bullshit going on over there. All right, so let's look at who wants. So, what news do you people want to look at? You want to look at Fox? Do you want to look at CNN, China Central News Network? Let's see what we got. It's hard to find clip on YouTube after teaching. They're scrubbing a lot of stuff off the internet lately. I don't know if people have noticed that. The other day I was searching for devil, like certain politicians making devil signs. Now I got old pictures saved, but all of a sudden all these pictures are disappearing. So I think they're trying to cover up that a lot of these people are devil worshippers. They're starting to like realize that we're all starting to realize they're demons. And maybe the demons inside them said, you're not doing a good job. You're going to have to hide this better, you know? So you better start getting some of this stuff off YouTube. Make your phone call to the sergeant there in the satanic sergeant of Satan in Google over there. All right, let's see Fox breaking news. The bisexual network, I call them. They don't know which way they want to go, right or left. All right, and you have to allow ads. You're not allowed to look at their network. And there we go. Refresh the page, and there we go. So you have to allow ads, or else they won't let you look at the news. I guess they don't care about money, right? All right, Biden Z, this basically discussing the war. Russia has a message for Biden after calling Putin a war criminal. And let's see what the message is. We hear, but given such the million assessments, more aggression. So. So it doesn't look like they're showing you what Russians said. Oh, let's see what he's going to say. So I'm just going to. President Biden. Poo-poo pants. So he said no. So then the second time, so what happened is he walked by the newscaster and just said no. He didn't even listen to what she said. And then what happened was one of his people said, do you know they just asked you a question? Do you consider Putin a war criminal? So then he went back to the report and said, oh, yes, I do consider him. So, and we were looking at the Russia response, but it seems Fox just wants to play games with their news. Let's see. I don't know. They just want to show me commercials. That's what they want to do. I'm getting annoyed with them already. All right. I got to watch all you. Twitter explodes after trans swimmer Leah Thomas wins national title. So Twitter loves this shit, man. That freak that owns that company, I think he's just, they put him in there. I think he's too busy shooting heroin, living on his island. I don't even think he knows what's going on. All right. I don't see anything. Let's see. U.S. Missouri interstate crash involving 40 to 50 vehicles and at least 5 dead. So Missouri, if you look at this, man, this thing's ugly. Wow. So has anybody got any questions anyway? Because this is, I'm just going over news just to pass some time. I wanted to hear some people's things. If you have anything you want to talk about. This is Shoot the Shit with Pops. That's the name of this show, should be. China poses the greatest risk to our nation. Oh, well, it'll be Russia for a while. Then it's going to turn to China. It's just they want you in constant. They want your mind occupied constantly while they just keep passing laws. Now Biden's laptop is such a big deal. All the news networks got it on because they want to keep you occupied with bullshit. Who cares about Biden and Hunter's laptop now? Like, nothing got done for all this time. Now, all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe like you people are actually going to do something? Really? Come on now. These people are unbelievable. All right. Deep fake. What does that mean, deep fake? All right. Allow deep fake. Deep fake Zelensky photo or video. So I don't know. They're breaking down videos. I mean, this is, we're in a really screwed up time. They're CGIing people. They're putting fake videos out there. I mean, they can basically do whatever they want now. I mean, this is just getting scarier. They're saying this is a Tom Cruise lookalike. It's not even Tom Cruise. That looks exactly like Tom Cruise, if you ask me. So now maybe if you screw up, they say it was a deep fake video. Like, that was Tom Cruise. Well, that looks fake. If you look at the neck with the fake head. Come on now. What do you mean? Let's see that Tom Cruise video again. You can't compare that. But look at this. You could tell that's fake. So I don't know what the hell's the big deal about this. Look at him. Look at his head. It looks like you put a head on the neck. Like, of course. Oh, stop your bullshit. This is another thing. They want you to not believe. I think they almost want us in mass confusion, So let's see what else we could talk about this morning. I showed you who this guy was, Alga Hiss. This is a communist guy who wrote the UN resolutions and all, whatever, their constitution. This is the people that have basically put things into place for you. Very good. Nice. Ex-KGB people. Too many communists coming out in the open now. Lindsey Graham calls for Putin's assassination the third time. When does a senator keep calling for the assassination of a leader of one of the most powerful countries in the planet? That's not even normal. So he could call for the assassination. If you and me did that, maybe they put us in jail, right? And maybe they won't put us in jail now. They wait till the war's over and then they put us in jail. Don't think they won't start World War III for clicks and dopamine. Well, journalists are still lobbying for nuclear Armageddon. Absolute gutter trash. This is Paul Joseph Watson. Let's see what he's got to say a little bit. I like this guy, I think. This is the guy that goes, he's from England, I think. But he tells it the way it is. Like, he does everything sarcastically, too. So Austria is going to reintroduce COVID mask rules. Fauci refuses to rule out new lockdown measures. So maybe they only put 50% of the little businesses out. They want to get the rest of the 50%. Maybe they'll put another 25% out. Walmart and Amazon were complaining they weren't making enough money. They only made, like an extra $20 billion each last year. So they were like, hey, we need to get rid of more. let's just lock them down. You know, if you own a little hardware store, you can't be open. But if you own, Lowe's or Home Depot, you're allowed to be open. Make sense? All right. So we got all that. We're almost hitting 2 hours. Oh, we got Rebel on. All right. I was gonna end it, but being at Rebel's here, I won't end it.
Hey, what up, Pops?
How's it going?
Good, bro. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Can't complain. Just talking about finding the truth. You know, I found a couple of new sources of seems like truth tellers. This guy I showed everybody this morning, they were talking about the labs and all that, and I was pretty good.
I gotcha.
You know, we always got to keep searching, right, to find the truth.
That's true. I was gonna bring out a verse the other day. I think it's Proverbs 25:2 that says it's something what was it? Something about how God conceals a thing, but it's the honor of kings to search out a matter, you know? So it's a never-ending process, like all throughout your life, like searching for the truth.
Yeah. And if you don't search for the truth, you're not going to know anything. You're going to be totally ignorant.
Right. And that's why in the book of Hosea, I think like chapter 3:16 or something like that, it says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge.
Absolutely. And especially when it comes to the Bible. Now, I haven't done a lot of search for the truth with the Bible. I've done some, but my son has done, like I was talking yesterday, like this. He's done 1,000 hours. He don't even got time to make his shows. That's how much he's always searching. So I said, well, lucky I got you because you found a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have found out. I guess the Almighty gave me you so you could do all the research for me. I tease him. You know, he saved me a lot of aggravation because if you start going deep into religion, you could get lost for a long time.
You said if you get deep in religion, you can do what?
You could get lost in the rabbit holes for a long time. I mean, you could just keep digging and digging and digging and digging and finding out this is a lie, this is the truth, this was a lie. I mean, like, it don't end.
Well, I mean, you mean if you go searching like in different religions or?
Well, if you a combination of both. Like if you search into all different religions, you'll see all different rabbit holes where they originated. They're pagan. They're this. They're that. Like so, you'll find out a lot about a lot of other religions, how bad they are and evil.
Yeah.
And then you'll narrow it down to one or two, and you'll kind of like try to compare them. But even in the Christian religion or whatever, the Bible itself, if you dig into that book with the meanings and stuff, you could start getting, you got to start going down rabbit holes to find out, okay, so Moses, they're saying, did this and, you know, whatever, and then you want to find out really, was it true? Like you want to confirm everything, you know?
Right.
And you could really dig down rabbit holes for a long time. I mean, you could get lost. I mean, my son is always basically what my son does is he'll find the truth. And then what he'll do is he'll become like the person that says it ain't true. And now he goes and researches to prove what he found is the truth, isn't the truth. And if he can't find any proof that it isn't the truth, then he kind of gets to the conclusion, okay, so that is the truth. For example, so you kind of understand what I'm talking about. So when he first started, he thought God's name was this. So then he said, well, it ain't that name, like in his mind. Like, I'm going to make believe that I don't believe it's that name, and I'm going to prove it isn't. And then he went digging and digging, and he found out that ain't his name. Then he found another name, and he started digging into that to prove that that ain't the name. And he found out a different name. The last time he came up with a name, he couldn't prove it wasn't the Almighty's name. No matter how hard he dug and no matter how hard he went looking.
Yeah, that's powerful. And
he couldn't prove that it wasn't his name. And then he got to the point where he would challenge other biblical people like, well, you prove it ain't his name. Because I could prove whatever name you say to me isn't his name, but I want you to find proof that this isn't his name. And if you do find proof of a different name, I'll go along with you then. He says, I want people to prove me wrong because he wants the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's what I mean. Like, you can get lost.
I mean,
it's not easy.
I see what you're saying. And I can see how you could do that, you know, when you sort of get into details about the name and, you know, different stuff like that.
All different things. There are biblical scholars that are studying the Bible for like 20 years. You know, they're not just like, these are guys that are studying the Bible for their whole life, like their whole career.
And there's still more to learn, right? Yeah.
Right. And not only the Bible, then they take situations in the Bible to see if it really happened, like with the apostles. Then they go into like other books to see if that really did happen at that time, like what really transpired. Let's say 70 AD, which is a famous year, right?
Right.
So there's a lot of books other than the Bible that talk about 70 AD.
Right.
So biblical scholars go read those books too to see if those stories match up with the Bible sometimes, you know, and a lot of times a lot of stories match up. So they're like, well, it's not only the Bible saying it, it's a lot of other books saying the same thing happened, you know?
Yeah.
So that is the thing. Like, even when he was resurrected, Jesus, right? He came back. There's like 500 accounts, stories of people actually seeing him when he, you know, when he came back, when he was resurrected.
Really?
It's not like a few people said, oh, you know, we seen him and that's it. And you got to believe that story. There's guys that have dug into this. They found like 500 different witnesses that had seen Jesus come back. He didn't just come back and walk around for a minute and not let nobody see him. Believe me, they hit a lot of that. You know, a lot of people seen him because they don't want people to believe. You follow?
Right.
So,
I gotta look into that. That's interesting.
It's like there's Bible detectives out there, man.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they're neutral. A lot of these Bible detectives they're not religious. They're just actual detectives.
There's like historians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even Noah's Ark. That's a real mystery. Think about Noah's Ark. Does it make sense? Logically, no, it doesn't. Think about it.
Which part? About like all the different animals like having to like
First of all, how did they get all the different animals in there? Even if you just took a breed, like say you just took 2 tigers, okay? Now down the road, you'll have white tigers and all different colored tigers. But if you took every just breed, how do you fit that in a boat? I don't care how that boat wasn't the size of that boat. You go by the measurements they tell you in the Bible. It was big, but it wasn't like the size of an aircraft carrier. It was way smaller. It was like 1/3 of the size of an aircraft carrier. So how did they fit all those animals in that boat? You know, how did they fit all that food in that boat? How did they gather all that stuff? Like, it's kind of amazing. You almost like there's theories that there really weren't animals. It was a spaceship that came kind of, and it had DNA, like in little tubes, vials or something, which I don't believe anyway, because God could just remake the animals, right?
Right. Yeah.
You don't need that but is that really just a story? And then here's the other part with Noah's Ark. So it was him, his wife, what was it? His 2 sons and their wives.
And their wives, right. I think in total it was like
the
about
whole
8
population
people.
After that. Like they created the whole population of the planet, those people. It's kind of hard to believe that.
You think? Yeah.
You know, so there's guys, they do investigating into Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark, you could probably spend a lifetime just investigating that.
Right.
You know?
It's
you know, how did we get all those people, you know, if they were all just Noah's kids, so how did we get African people, Chinese people? I mean, you know, let's just, there's way too many things to think about that could hurt your brain with the Bible sometimes.
Right.
I guess you got to kind of like put things in perspective. I mean, I don't know if Noah's Ark story is exactly on point. It doesn't logically make sense, but anything is possible with the Almighty. He can
Oh
do
yeah,
whatever he wants. I mean,
nothing is impossible with him. That's for sure.
right. Just maybe there were more people. Maybe there were maybe there was a couple of Noah's Arks that we don't know about that they hid. Maybe there was,
Mm,
I don't know.
yeah, I mean, start Genesis chapter 10 is where it sort of goes into the generations of the son of Noah. That he had the three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and then it kind of just goes into saying how all these sons had sons of their own. It doesn't really say who they had them with. Well, I guess it would be with their wives, right? Yeah. So yeah. So three sons, they all had wives, and then they just started, sleeping together whole bunch. Oh, I think you're muted, Pops. I think you're muted, Pops.
Look at Adam and Eve's story.
Right. Well,
The brother killed the brother, right? And Adam and Eve actually had 3 kids, right? 3 sons or whatever. And so, how did they procreate? Like that one guy, what was it? Adam killed Cain or whatever it was.
Cain killed
Cain killed
Abel.
Abel. Right. My name sometimes it. So Cain killed Abel. They threw Cain out. Who did Cain go meet?
Right. That's a good point. It's a good point.
Now my son has brought that up, and he says no, there were other people on the planet.
Mm.
He claims that they may have been the people that had no souls, though. Like,
Uh-oh.
so that's why that bloodline is like soulless. Like, you ever notice that some people you feel they don't have a soul?
Oh.
Like these politicians that we got in office now, some of them I don't even think they can have a soul. You can't have a soul and be that evil, So these are the things that you got to question sometimes. My son has searched for those answers. He's found some of them.
Yeah.
And then Adam and Eve actually, so Adam and Eve had another son, and he went with, I guess, his sisters, right? Procreate if they're the only people.
Right.
So now you got incest going on.
Well, see, the thing is, like the way things that happen at the beginning of creation, I think it was sort of an exception for that time, just to kind of replenish the population of Earth. I think their genes were pure enough to, like, if they did even technically have incest, that it wasn't going to make any sort of like birth defects or
like the animal kingdom is incest sometimes. The dogs, like the puppies, they could go with, and they come out pretty normal. So I mean, I guess in those days, God could rewrite DNA too any way He wants it, right? So
yeah.
And like you said, they were clean, and it was just to stop procreating. Then once it got to a point, I guess now you were, it was your third cousin, and then before you know it was somebody else. It was like it spread out. But
yeah.
If you really think about it, everybody came from the same DNA, though, no matter what.
True. Yeah.
If Adam and Eve made a son and a daughter and they procreated, it's all still the same DNA going down the ladder. So I think there were people that actually were on the planet beside them. I just think they didn't have the soul. I think Adam and Eve were God's creation of actually putting His soul and like a soul into the people. Like, He breathed air into them. Like, He put that soul, where the other creations He may have made didn't have souls. Now, what happens when you got a person with a soul that mixes with a person without a soul, right?
You get half a soul out.
And that's how we got different, people, I guess. I don't know. It makes sense to me more that the Almighty created Adam and Eve, but them are the first people He put a soul into, actually, connected to Him.
It's interesting theories, but definitely possible. Well,
but I don't know the theory. I mean, I'm not just thinking about it common sense wise. But like I said, the Almighty could do anything. I don't believe the earth is a sphere.
That's
So people do, but here's the thing. I tell people, if the Almighty wanted to make the earth a sphere and spin around.
Oh, He could have, yeah.
And He could do it. There's no in between. There's no doubt He couldn't do it.
Right.
It's just that it doesn't make logical sense. Why would He go through all that extra work for no reason? All He has to do is basically make like half. I think the Earth's like half the planet cut in half, but it's bigger. And there's the firmament.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
And all the old books talk about it.
Mhm.
Up until 1920, they still taught it, but people try to make it a conspiracy theory by like showing, flat Earth. It's like a disc, and they show a boat falling off the planet.
Right.
It's not like that,
Right.
But when you show them, it's not like that. It's like this. Antarctica is the ice walls that keep all the water in, and they're encircling the whole planet. And people are like, nah, But I believe in the firmament. So if you believe in the firmament, you got to believe the Earth is kind of flat, and
Right.
there's hundreds of proofs.
Oh
to
my
prove
God.
the Earth is flat, but there's
Hundreds.
not hundreds of proofs to prove it's a round sphere
None.
traveling 1,000
No.
miles an hour, spinning and towards the sun at 6,000 miles. The NASA thing is all a height. That's to make you not believe in the Almighty. They want you to
Right.
believe there's space. And
Right.
there's a universe out there and
Mm-hmm.
all this bullshit. This is just my theories.
No, that's all facts. Pop.
And I believe it's all made to make you. Well, I don't want to make that sign. That's terrible. I just did the devil sign. But,
Yeah, well.
it's made for you not to believe in there's a God. They don't want you to believe in a God. They want
That's
you
the
to
last
basically
thing.
believe there's no devil, there's no God,
Right.
and all this happened by coincidence.
Just by chance. Random accident explosion out of nothing.
Yeah. And, come on now. Well, I think it's actually easier to believe there's a creator than believe the other theory that we just, a fucking rock blew up and made all this shit.
Well, you know who invented that Big Bang Theory, right?
We've what?
Do you know who invented the Big Bang Theory that they teach all the kids in school?
I did know, but who is it?
Get this. It's a freaking Roman Catholic Jesuit priest.
Well, that really shows you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like the people who believe in it say, "Oh, yeah, I don't believe in God. I believe in science." Which, by the way, you can easily define science as the study of God's creation. I don't know why people separate the two, but little do they know the whole belief of their cosmology and the origin of life started by a guy who supposedly on the surface believes in God as a Catholic priest. So they have a religion just as much as we do.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to believe in science and math and all that, then let's believe this. There's no flights that go from Australia to, like, let's say Argentina direct, and it only takes 12 and a half hours, but they invent all different excuses. Like they say, well, logistically, it doesn't pay because even if the plane is full, listen to how good they got this shit down. Even if the plane is full, there's not enough stuff in the cargo area to make the plane it affordable for them to go directly to Argentina. They would have to go to the United States, pick up stuff that's getting imported to Argentina, then go there because it makes sense for money and stuff, which is total bullshit. Because here's the real facts: during the World Cup, the planes were packed out. There wasn't that much cargo space. And even if there was a little, Australia does import stuff, wine and all kinds of stuff. The Kiwis. And so that plane could definitely be filled and fly directly to Argentina during the World Cup. And that's a 12 and a half hour flight. Why would it take a 25-hour flight to get to Argentina? Basically, they go to the United States, land, and then they go to... Because they don't want you to know that the Earth is flat. Because that's the only way you could get to Argentina from Australia in 12 and a half hours. The Earth has to be flat. And that's just the simple logic that people just don't care. They make 100 excuses. And the UN happens to use the flat Earth
I
map
know.
for no reason.
Which is right
they
under your
just
nose.
said, let's put a conspiracy map as our logo. I mean,
Yeah.
So when you tell people, no matter what you tell them, they want to believe the Earth is a round sphere, floating around doing all this shit. And the water staying on the planet, all this craziness. And they don't care because that's what they were taught in school. And that's it. Listen, I used to be, when I was younger, if you told me the Earth was flat, I would look at you like you're a psychopath. But when I started getting more into the Almighty and started looking into religion more, then I started to see how this is all a deception because they don't want me to believe he exists. And that's the real plan of NASA.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to believe the Almighty exists. They create all this bullshit. Everything you see from NASA is all fake. It's all CGI fake bullshit.
Green screen, Photoshops.
And then on top of it, I don't know if it's some kind of rule. They have to tell you the truth eventually. They have to. You got NASA astronauts announcing we can't leave Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
And then we lost the technology. I've had people get on my shows and justify losing their technology. They
Back when we
said,
had beepers and rotary phones.
yeah, they go, oh, well, the reason why they lost the technology is because they did it on purpose. They burnt it. Listen to this, like, there's just so many. That's more conspiracy theory. They burnt all the technology because they didn't want the Russians to get a hold of it.
Right.
Like, that ain't a conspiracy theory. But what I'm saying is, like, so I'm like, yo, come on now. Yeah, it's just so crazy that so many people could defend lies now and defend it good.
Yeah. I mean, and then when you ask them, why is it that we haven't been back in like over 50 years? They'll tell you something like, oh, well, there's nothing more to explore. We've been there already a couple times, so that's it. They just
or they'll tell you, well, they met aliens on the planet and they told them don't come back, and we got an alien base. Oh, you mean you met the fallen up there, like demons?
Yeah.
Is that who you met?
Right.
That's probably who you would meet.
Right. They did those astronauts. One of the Apollo moon missions. They actually. Well, I mean, of course they didn't go up there, but when they allegedly went up there to the moon, they read the first chapter of Genesis, the biblical account of creation. Do you know that?
Yeah.
How crazy is that? And they used the word firmament too.
They've admitted it.
Yeah.
When they got back down, when they tried at the one point, they tried to leave the Earth's atmosphere and they realized there was something up there. There was a thing called like Operation Fishbowl.
Mm-hmm.
And they were shooting like missiles at the
Nukes,
firmament, seeing if they could blow a hole through it.
Right.
Nukes and everything, hitting it. And when you see a missile like a sci-fi movie, what was that? Where what was it called? Independence Day, right? So the jets go up, and this is the first one, and they shoot the missile at the ship, and the missile goes, and then it hits the force field, and it gets like this, it's
kind of like ricochets or something.
Yeah, it takes the impact and disperses it, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's what happened.
Yep.
And they have film of it, and it's on the internet, and
I've seen. Yep.
You could show people anything you want; they still don't believe. Look,
mm-hmm.
During 2020, people were pulling suitcases out in Atlanta. With the voting, suitcases out underneath the table when they were closed. They have it on film, and people still believe there was nothing happened. Like we're in such a messed up, crazy place. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
But that's my theory with the flat. I mean, flat Earth, definitely it's here. We're in between two waters. It's separated the waters. The Almighty said, if you could see my creation from up above, you would know I am here. So they don't want us to know, Could you imagine they said, yeah, well, there is a firmament up there. We don't. Then that would confirm there is an Almighty God. That would confirm it.
Absolutely.
But they don't want. The biggest trick that ever existed was the devil doesn't want you to know he exists.
Facts.
And if you don't believe he exists, then you explain all these demons in this world right now. Too many of them.
Way too many roaming around. Just
you can't be a normal human being knowing that you're going to kill millions of people, let's say, with the medicine that you provide them. And that's going to kill people. That you cannot be human.
No.
Has to be something else inside you. You have to be that. You have to have a different soul.
Yeah, you can't have a normal conscience and do that psychopathic shit. Yeah.
No, you can't. But there's way too many of them now. So I have to believe that I have to believe this more than just There's not that many psychopaths. You know, like there's not that many serial killers born in one generation. Like, all right, so let's just say there's 100 of them. Now there's thousands of them popping up. All these serial killers, like they don't care about killing people. Nah, don't make no sense.
Yeah.
We weren't designed by nature to be that evil, you know?
Right. Well, you know, it all started with, you know, Adam and Eve eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? That's the origin of it all. You know,
but I mean, the Almighty knew they were going to eat from it. That's another thing. You know, I think he knew.
Right.
He knew we were going to have a world like this. I think that was all part of his plan. But he wanted to see how long Adam and Eve would hold out, I guess. I'll tell you, man, if I'm Adam and the Almighty made me a woman or whatever, and I know he's like this really, you know, I know he's the man, you know, he's the boss, right? And he told me don't eat from that tree. I just can't understand why he did. Like, I would let her eat it. And then when he would say something, I go, yeah, she ate it. Get rid of it. Give me a new wife.
Yeah.
You know, I can't understand how she corrupted him. I mean, did she sexually lust him to do it? Like, how did she get him to eat that apple, man? I can understand her eating it because she got corrupted to eat it. But how did they get Adam to eat it, man? He's weak.
Hey, I mean, you and I both know we can, if we're living in our flesh, we can easily fall for the smooth, sweet, honey-like words of a beautiful woman in front of us. You know.
Yeah.
So
I believe it's possible, but I'm like, couldn't he just say no and say, "Give me a new wife" to the Almighty? You know, that would have been great.
I didn't think about that. That's.
I would have just said, "Look, you need to send me a replacement." She ate from the tree. I'd be tattletaling on her and everything. She ate from that tree.
Right.
I'd be like,
but hey,
you know, I'd be could you send it down with a little bigger bubble, you know, or something like I would give him a little better.
Hey, what you're saying earlier reminded me of a quote by who's this guy? His name is, he might be Russian even, because he's got the OV in his last name. His name is Yuri Bezmenov, and he was a KGB. Russian. He was a KGB informant and disinformation expert who defected.
Trash can. I just had to say hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, who defected to Canada. He's best remembered for his anti-communist lectures and books in the 1980s. And here's a quote from him: Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who is demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell him nothing. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents and pictures, he will refuse to believe it. That's the tragedy of the situation of demoralization. Once people's morals have been debased, education becomes indoctrination, entertainment becomes hypnotism, criminals become leaders, and lies become truth.
Where did you read that? Who was that again? That's awesome.
This is Yuri Bezmenov. He was a KGB informant, Russian guy.
Yuri Bezmenov. I'm gonna look into him.
Yeah, Yuri is Yuri, and then
I got it. Bezmenov. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That guy. I seen him on a video. I forgot what video I was watching. Yeah, he was on there, but I didn't pay attention to it. I'm gonna look into this guy.
Yeah, it was a nice quote I found from this guy.
The guy knew. You know, plenty of smart people out there that knew exactly what's going on in this world. Our founding fathers were Masons, most of them.
Fact, yeah.
They knew what kind of corruption was going on in England.
Right.
They knew that they designed this country so well with the Constitution that they still can't take it over yet. They're having a hard time. You know, after 200 years, you would figure, okay, well, these evil forces could have broke this country already, right? They're having a rough time taking America. That's how good these our forefathers were. When they designed that Constitution with the states and the way the governorship, and they're cheating on top of it, like our government's cheating like crazy, making all kinds of laws that are impossible, really, but they're doing it anyway.
Mhm.
And they still are having a hard time breaking this country up. They're having a hard time. And the Constitution's holding ground, but little by little, they're taking away the Constitution. I mean, they're doing it in the outright open now, just saying it's a mandate or whatever they want to invent now. The World Health Organization wants to put a treaty, and if you sign on to it, your country signs on to it. Now, like 22 countries already signed on. America didn't yet. That they basically going to have override when it comes to medical emergencies. So if they declare that there's a medical emergency in America, they can lock down the whole country. The World Health Organization. And that means, let's say DeSantis in Florida says, no, I'm not doing it. They could override him. Will it be legal? Probably not, but they'll still do it anyway, just like they did with these mandates, right?
Well, right. But what do you think? That reminds me of what do you think about how the Supreme Court like decided against and almost struck down Biden's vaccine mandate? That they ruled it unconstitutional.
I think something's weird with the Supreme Court, because when they brought all that Trump stuff during the election, they wouldn't even hear any of it. And now all of a sudden they're on our side again. Like, I don't know. I find it like they're playing like good guy, bad guy. Maybe they're giving us a little, and then they're going to make us think that they're straight and they're fair. And then all of a sudden something that's really important.
Stab us in the back, yeah.
They're going to stab us in the back. That's what I think is going on.
I can see that.
And I think some of them have been compromised to the point where I think they actually told them, we'll kill your whole family. Like that new one that got in there, I forgot her name. The one that was a Catholic, the lady there.
I don't even know.
Well, the Supreme Court judges, I think some of them, they've actually knocked on their, I swear, I think the CIA knocked on their door and said, if you vote against this, you and your family will disappear. I really believe they do shit like this. I don't think it's a game. I think it's real threats. I think there's real corruption, and I think there's real leverage they have on some of these judges. I think if they don't got leverage on you, they're going to create it eventually. You know?
Yeah.
I don't even trust our Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court should be like the last place they should be able to corrupt. You know, like those judges should almost have they should have security details like the president does. They really should. Those judges should have like Secret Service that protects them, because those Supreme Court judges basically can change anything in this country. So they shouldn't be allowed to get threatened or, you know what I mean? Like if there's a CIA detail protecting them, not a CIA, I mean a Secret Service detail protecting them.
Right.
I think it'd be hard for somebody to come knock on their door and say, "We'll kill your whole family," right?
Probably, yeah.
Or somebody come and show you a picture. Like, you ever seen the movies? A guy will come see somebody and turn on his phone and show that person a picture of their kid playing in the park. And they got, somebody's just filming it, one of their guys. So they're letting you know, we know where your kid is. We can get your kid right now if we want, but we're not gonna. When somebody does some shit like that to you, it changes your whole thought process with a lot of these people. So I think we're at that point in this world where evil will do anything they got to do to get what they want.
Yeah. I think that mostly happens to the people who make a deal with the devil in the first place, because
of course,
the devil hates humanity altogether. Like even if they make a deal with him, he's deceiving them into that deal, thinking that they're gonna get the larger end of the stick, like as if it's a good bargain, But as soon as you do something that like doesn't go along with the program or the agenda, he doesn't give two shits about you. He'll kill you and your whole family.
Yeah, he hates humanity because the Almighty gave us, let's say, free will. He didn't. When Satan was an angel under his control, I don't know. Maybe they didn't have free will, but he gave it to us. That Satan seems to be, he was jealous of what we had.
Mm.
You know, whether it be women and feelings and emotions. Like there's something to it where that's how we got a third of the angels to leave with him. Now, there's a lot of different theories with Satan. Some theories is with the fallen and all that, and he had an outcry with the Almighty. But the Almighty could have destroyed him anytime he wanted, but he had to prove that the other 2/3 of the angels that he was wrong. So this is all like a game going on right now to prove that, he's wrong. Basically, like in my mind, saying no matter what you do to them, they're still going to have faith in me. And he's trying to prove to the Almighty God that mankind will sell their soul just for peace and security, And I think that's one theory. But the other theory, I think, is actually the Almighty made Satan do it like he works for him.
Well, he does now, yeah.
And he has to ask for permission. Like, remember with Lot, I think it was?
With
he had
Job,
to say, Job. He had to ask, like, what can I do to him? He said, you can do anything you want, but you can't kill him.
Don't touch him, yeah.
So does Satan actually work for the devil because the Almighty wants to test us? So he makes this guy go do all this shit he wants to do to test us.
Yep.
Like you need good and bad. Or did he really rebel against the Almighty with the fallen? Because if you read the book of Enoch, that's the way that story sounds.
Oh, yeah. Well, my understanding is exactly right with the book of Enoch, that I believe Satan was one of the 200 watchers that fell on Mount Hermon because, originally because they looked at the daughters of men and saw that they were beautiful, which, I don't really blame them for that. Yeah, they lusted and, they wanted to mate with them and they made those abomination of,
Nephilim.
Yeah, what's the word I was thinking? Like offspring, which is the Nephilim, the giants who were worshipped as gods during those days.
Yep.
Along with the angels themselves. But I think somewhere
did the angels become flesh? Because
what's that?
Did the angels that fell become flesh?
I think
how do you have sperm if you're an angel?
Right. Well, that's a good question. Well, I think they have the ability to change into any kind of form or glory that they want to.
Yeah, I think so too. Like they can shapeshift into human flesh if they want.
Just like how in just like the normal canon, like in like Genesis, like we see angels come in the form of a man, speaking to like normal people like Abraham and Lot and those people.
Yeah, like Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah, the messengers.
Yeah, they look like normal men.
Now, when Satan fell, he was, let's say, one of the 200 men. Didn't he take like 20 guys too, like 20 more, like messengers, and they had like 10 more angels under them, like squads of leaders, like
that. I'm not sure about, but
yeah, when he fell, he took more than just him. Like he took other angels that all made a deal right on there on that mountain that they would all stick together.
Yeah, I do remember that part. But you don't think it was all 200 of the watchers?
No, I don't think all 200. Supposedly there were 20 leaders. Like each, like they have ranking system. So like each one of these guys had like 10 angels under them or something. Like like a squad leader, like a sergeant.
Yeah, legion.
Yeah, like a lead. And he met there, and I don't know the exact number or whatever it was, but. I don't believe the one thing they could do though on this planet. I don't believe like these fallen can actually I don't think they could just fly. I think they have to have ships because they're kind of like bound to our laws of gravity or whatever you want to. And I think that's why we see UFOs. I think those are fallen traveling. And I think the devil can't be like in 10 places at the same time. So he makes his demons go out and do all this work. And I think there's so many demons, it's beyond our imagination.
There used to be a lot more, actually. That's what the Book of Jubilees details. But I was gonna say Satan was one of the watchers, but the only reason why, because the Book of Enoch says that those watchers who made the Nephilim, they were immediately judged and are now cast into prison in this place called Tartarus.
Right.
But Satan, he's still allowed to roam the earth, going to and fro upon it. walking around like a lion, seeking to devour whoever he may, please, because he was actually one of the only angels, if not the only one, that actually did not do that abomination of mating with a woman, and so that's why the Almighty gave him the mercy to not lock him up in chains.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I mean, they say Lucifer was his most beautiful creation too.
Ezekiel 28 talks about that. That's right.
But was it a woman? Maybe.
No.
Maybe it was his wife. It was the Almighty made himself a wife.
No,
why would he make
stop
himself?
Stop it. No.
No, I know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't he make himself a wife though? Think about it.
I don't know.
But no, it's a man. I know it is, but I'm just trying to say, could it imagine that we ended up finding out it was his wife that left him, and because women today are like that. They're like Satan,
right?
Especially in this country.
Yeah,
I almost think Lucifer was born in America. The
Hmm.
way this country's rolling, I mean, we're really, I mean, this country is sinning like there's no tomorrow. There's so much sin going on here.
It's like modern day Sodom and Gomorrah, like San Francisco, Las Vegas, those kind of Los Angeles, even, which means city of the angels. You wonder what kind of angels they're talking about.
Like, there are other places that are even worse than here, where like people just get killed for nothing. Life don't matter.
Right.
But I bet you they still have better morals than us. Like, even though like you could go to a country, I don't know, I don't even want to say a country name, but let's just say a third world country, and life has no meaning. Like, you could just actually, like, somebody will just chop your head off in the middle of the street for no reason, right? I still bet you that country has better morals than the United States.
What you, as far as what though? Like, you mean like homosexuality?
Yeah, well, beside that, like, as far as like your children go to school and they could be a boy or a girl, like all this bullshit. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say Afghanistan, the Taliban, right? The Taliban literally flipped out when they were trying to put all this American agenda on their people. Like, they didn't want that LGBT shit all over the walls. They were painting, all this trans stuff, and they weren't having it. That's why they were brawling over there. They just said, we're not dealing with this. Even though they may treat their woman, some people feel terribly. We don't really know if that's always the fact, but let's just even say they are tyrants. They still have better morals than we have here in the United States. Here, there is no morals. Zero.
For the most part, yeah. People have a hard time answering the question. If you ask, I saw this one guy, he's a YouTuber, his name is Cassidy Campbell. He went around asking people the most simple questions. The one I remember was like, he just asked people like, how many genders are there? And obviously the answer is 2, right? But people were like,
one or you're not.
Yeah, but people were giving all sorts of bullshit answers like, oh well, it's a spectrum, and it depends on how they feel, and like maybe they were born into the wrong body. All this nonsense, man. It's just unbelievable.
Do you know what's a real major league sin that people think it's not? People don't think it's a real sin. Like I'm talking like high level sin that people think is not really a high level sin.
Like sex before marriage, or
nope.
Some form of idolatry.
That we know already, but this is something that people do not believe it's that big of a deal.
Is it about dietary law?
Nope.
It's
way bigger than that. It's way more of it. It's basically one of the deadly sins, and people just overlook it. Lying.
Lying. Lying.
You lie, you are deceiving someone. It is it's major. If you're like a liar all the time, you are done. People don't believe it. They're like, everybody lies a little. Yeah, everybody does lie a little. I try my best not to lie. I actually catch myself once in a while with a white lie, like a little soft lie, not to hurt somebody's feelings. And it's hard for me to lie. It really is. Even I want to tell.
Yeah, me too.
I'd rather just not say anything than lie.
Exactly.
But I can't say I've never lied. I can't say, even to this day, if I never, ever. Sometimes I'll just lie by accident, but I try my best to be like 99% lie proof, right? And people will lie. Like, people lie like crazy. The average person is a fucking big liar. Like,
Pathological liars, yeah.
and the government, like these, and like even like the media, right? All these reporters and all these journalists think they're lying, but it's just for their job and all this shit. I know, I really truthfully believe every reporter and every journalist that's out there throwing all this shit out just for the sake of a job will be condemned. Because what they're doing is affecting millions of people. They're lying. They're lying about what's going on. They're just lying. And there's so much lie. It's almost to the point where, like, politicians are lying like 99% of the time. They don't even know what truth is anymore. To them, lying is truth. Just whatever they want to be the truth, they're just going to say it. And people don't realize this. Lying is super, super, duper, duper serious sin.
I mean, that's one of the 10 commandments too, you know?
Yeah, there's a reason why the Almighty God made that one of his 10 commandments. Thou shalt not lie. Think about it. He could have made the other ones and not even put that in there, right? And you would have not really realized it. Why did he put that in there? Because it's serious. Because, the Almighty knew, like, times like today, lying is big.
Mm-hmm.
You fabricate lies. You could cost thousands of people their lives. And that's what this media is really doing right now. And all the people that work for them, shame on you. I don't care how much money you would pay me right now. If I was working, I have to believe this. This is the truth. If I was working I was a journalist and I was making this crazy money or whatever, and they were telling me to say all these lies and shit, I couldn't do it. I would have to leave. I would have to quit. I have to quit that job and go try to get a different type of job somewhere.
Same here.
I couldn't be that like there's so many people lying and they know they're lying. They're laughing about it. Like this Project Veritas. I don't know if you ever seen them.
Yeah.
He catches them all the time on tape on the and they're laughing about how they lie. And they're laughing about how the people believe it. And they're laughing about it. Well, guess what? You won't be fucking laughing about it when you're getting judged. You won't be laughing. So they can all think, to be a journalist, you shouldn't, basically the qualification for journalists is you do not believe there's an almighty God. Because if you believe there's an almighty God, you couldn't be a journalist. Not in today's world.
At least, I think there was like maybe some to a certain extent, like honest journalism back in the day. But
yes, there was. And because they were morally and religiously bound. Like they couldn't lie. Like even in the 50s, like I remember you even watch movies, like they would have to fact check to make sure what they were putting out was the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put out something that you really strongly believe was the truth, I don't think you'll be judged harshly because you didn't lie. You just put it out and you didn't, But these people actually know they're lying.
Right.
And it's thousands of them. It's not a few. Think about all the journalists throughout the world and all the newspaper writers and all these people. They know these people that just make movies. They all know. But they're lying. The lying is out of control. And what do most people hate more than anything? I hate a liar.
Right.
What do you hate? Don't you hate a liar?
Sure do, man. But with me and you, Pops, we're pretty we've been endowed with the Holy Spirit with the gift of discernment to know whether a dude is lying or not, right?
I could read through them like immediately.
Right. You know what I mean? So it's not even something we got to worry about.
When 9/11 hit, I knew Bush was lying from the first two words came out of his mouth. I just smelled it. I was like, I could smell a liar, Yeah. Now, I've caught I've always been in sales, right? So you gotta, you got to kind of lie to make a sale sometimes or whatever. And then I realized I don't got to lie. I started doing better when I was telling people the truth. Like,
Okay.
listen, this is a good car. It's not a great car. Like, I sold cars, I sold furniture. This is good, but I would tell people the truth. You know what? They would buy from me because I wasn't bullshitting them.
Right.
And the truth will set you free.
Amen.
It
Amen.
will.
True.
And I just don't know how so many people are lying and not thinking about the consequences. I guess they don't believe there's a God, or they believe they'll be forgiven. Everybody believes they're going to be forgiven for whatever they do. Like, well, I didn't murder someone, so I'm going to be forgiven. I didn't do something like really bad. No. Lying is really bad.
You're right. It is one of those 7 sins that God hates in the book of Proverbs. Yeah, for
He
sure.
hates sexual lust for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I wish he didn't, because that was my biggest sin when I was younger.
Yeah, I still struggle with it myself. Man,
I struggle with it all the time. As you get older, though, to be honest, you're not as horny as you used to be when you were younger, so it makes it a little easier. But for sinning for that, I mean, then I'm going into the pits of fire of hell. I mean, I have to ask for forgiveness for that every day. I mean, every minute practically. I mean, if I get judged on that, I'm going to hell like 100. As soon as they get up there, he's just going to pull the lever, and I'm just going to fall down.
Stop, Pops. You gotta.
I'm making a joke. The Almighty knows. I know I have His Spirit and fire in me, so I know I know He's got me.
Yeah.
But I like to make it a joke sometimes. Like I tell them, as soon as they get up there, he's pulling the lever, man. I'm falling. But I know it's not going to happen because I regret it. I repent on it. I do. I know what I did, but I was a young man.
Yeah.
I have to give myself a little pat in the back and say, you're a young guy. You didn't know any better. Especially I used to tell people like, in the biblical days, they didn't have porno channels and all this shit going on. So it was like a lot easier not to sin that crazy. Today, you go home, you don't even want to think about sex, right? You're watching a movie or something, and all of a sudden a pop-up, like if you're on one of these sites, all of a sudden a pop-up comes up with a girl naked standing there, and you're like, oh my, it's like the devil's in your computer sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why technology is actually, this is like, even the computer's the devil's invention. I guarantee there probably won't be no computers in the next life, the next world. There won't be no computers.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need all this stuff. We need people. Need people. The Amish live way better than right now. We used to laugh at the Amish all the time. You won't be laughing soon at them because they're probably living a decent life compared to most people.
Oh yeah, they got it going on, man. They're doing it right.
I would say they're doing it right 95%. There's a few things you could critique in there, but I think they are doing it right.
95% is pretty good. That's
yeah. I mean, being an Amish right now, man, is not a bad thing. I mean, if you grew up that way and your wife obeys you, your children obey you, self-sufficient, everybody's kind of happy. Yeah. I don't see miserable Amish people, but I see millions of miserable Americans every day.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
they're all around the country too. But that reminds me, you got an iPhone or Droid, Pops, for your phone?
I have an Android.
You got an Android, okay.
Yeah, well, I won't buy Apple, man. I can't support that company.
I was gonna say, you ever think about why they chose that logo the way it is?
Apple?
Yeah.
I know it's definitely something to do with like smacking the Almighty in the face, but I can't figure out what it means by them putting the apple in there. Have you?
Well, I think, the apple with the bite taken out of it is just symbolism for how Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil that the Almighty told them not to.
Right. So they're just showing you like, see, haha, you say from the apple.
Exactly. And actually, I'm not sure if it works on Droid phones, but if you have an iPhone, that's the reason why I asked you, is you know that that OK sign that's like the 666.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it works on a Droid. You can probably try it if you got your phone with you. But I know for an iPhone, for sure, if you get this, if you type in the first 4 letters of the word deception or deceit, which is, it's like it's lying to the level of like, making someone believe something that's gonna like be a detriment to them, right? The like you have emojis on your phone, right? Like if you type
Yeah.
in if you type in Apple, like an apple will get suggested as the emoji to put in,
Right.
or banana, dog, it'll pop up. Right. So if you type in the first 4 letters of the word deception, which is DECE, literally the freaking emoji for the OK sign, which we all know is really the symbol for 666, will pop up as a suggestion on your iPhone.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some deep shit.
I've been meaning to go to the Apple store and ask one of those dudes, like, why is this going on? And they would absolutely like have no idea what to say, and they would probably just turn around and go start crying in the corner or something.
I got to see that on a video and shit. It's out there somewhere.
Yeah, anyone who got an iPhone, man, it'll pop right up. Pretty sure.
That's some cool shit.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
See, I just learned something again. Like every day I learn stuff.
And it makes sense because the price of Apple's very first product that was put on the public market.
Oh no, what was it?
The retail
Don't tell
price.
me 6666 or something.
Pops, you got it exactly right, even down to the cents. It was $666.66 for the very first computer. Yeah.
How sick is that?
It's just blatant, They just put it out there.
Yeah, but yeah, and these all can't be coincidences.
Oh my God, no way, no chance.
Now, here's another way to look at. There's a creator. The most powerfulest people in this planet right now are probably satanic. The majority of them. I mean, the most powerful,
of
like
course.
the high, like the right. So now, and we got OG Patrice coming in. How are you, OG?
I'm good. How you gentlemen doing this afternoon?
Well, we're hanging in there. We're
Doing
talking
very
about
good. Thank you
all
very
kinds
much.
of wild stuff.
Yeah,
getting into
you're
it.
always talking about wild stuff, Pops. That's nothing new.
OG, your comment about people believing in a lie than the truth. That's very similar to that verse in 2 Thessalonians, right?
Yeah, that's why I kind of go with that quote, because I'm seeing a lot of that is going on in the world today. It's very hard for people to face themselves when they know they've lived a life of lies.
Yeah.
When they know they haven't been true to they self, to thy own self be true. If you're not true to your own self, how are you going to be true to someone else? You're living a lie. Everything about you is a lie. It's all a facade. It's smoke and mirrors, and that's what we're seeing a lot in the world today.
Yeah.
And the people that lie the most are usually the most successful now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Like I can have a show and just lie and say I have all the secret information, and like there's guys out there doing this. They got all these contacts and they're telling people all this bullshit that they want to hear, and they're getting famous.
Yeah, they're famous. They're celebrities. They're in these YouTube streets. They're charlatans. They're listen. They are man, and they tell nothing but false truths.
Falsehoods, yeah.
Truths.
But think about this.
And listen, but they're getting into the minds of people, right?
Yeah.
And I just got off a stream where they were talking about this company that is building this chip and asking people would they want the chip in their brains, and this like supposedly to help people that have like
Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's, paralysis, things of that nature. But they're saying it's also going to help people with other things, motor skills, brain function, memory, focus, concentration. And who would want to sign up for that crap? And I'm like, no freaking way.
And I bet you a lot of people said yes.
You mean
Most of the people in the chat said no, but the survey that this company did, majority of them said they would. But
you mean
people in
for
the chat
Elon
said no.
Musk's
Elon Musk, yes, that was it.
the
Mhm.
But
Neuralink thing?
yeah, but when I was
Yep.
saying before, tell me if this makes sense. So pretty much the most powerful people on the planet have knowledge of things that we don't, like books that we can't see. Like even the Pope, there's a book in another church that only the Pope gets to read. But here's the point I'm trying to get to. So you don't believe in God, but the most powerful is people who have knowledge that we will never know. They
Mhm.
know things that we will never know. They have access to books that we will never have.
Mhm.
They worship Satan.
Oh,
So now if
yes.
they're
Don't get
worshiping
me started
Satan,
on them. They will tell you that it's God and they believe in God, but it's not the same God that you and I may
right?
serve.
No, but what I'm trying to get to the point is how you have to know there is a God. Here's where I'm getting to. So
Mhm.
you got the most powerfulest people who have knowledge that we will never get. Like I said, access to knowledge that we won't. And I'm talking about like not the top 1%. I'm talking about the top 10 people in the world or whatever, let's say, like the
Mhm.
Rothschilds. So they know that Satan exists and they worship him. So if they're worshiping Satan, and these are people that have all the books of knowledge, you know there has to be God. You know there has to be an almighty God, the opposite of Satan, because they're proving it. They're saying, yeah, we're worshiping Satan, so there just can't be Satan. You know what I mean? So that's how you know there is definitely the almighty God, because that's proof in the pudding. Because if there are people worshiping Satan, if there's Satan, there has to be the almighty God. I tell people this sometimes, I catch them. They go, I don't believe in God. Oh, you don't? Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in like demons and there are evil people? They go, yeah. I go, so you believe in the devil? They go, yeah. I go, well, how could you believe in the devil and not believe in there's an almighty God? And they're
Right.
like, they get caught. Their tongue goes down their throat. They can't even
Yeah.
answer me.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's how I know. Besides, I have the faith and the belief, too many things in my life, but that's like 100% proof right there.
But you
End
know,
of story. Cut
a
it right
major
there. Boom.
yeah, a major part why they don't want to admit to the existence of Almighty God has to do with a sense of pride of them not willing to be humble enough to submit themselves to be be taken accountable and responsible for their actions and behavior for the life that they're living. They don't want to think that they're going to be judged and have to take account for how they live their lives after they die or whenever that time may be.
Yeah, they're avoiding it.
I mean, no one escapes God's judgment. They're just trying to like not even think about it.
Even in the book, I don't know if it's Revelation or something. At the end, it says people are going to be at the bottom of the sea, which kind of meant submarines to me. People are going to be in caves, underground caves, which is like the rich. They have these underground bunkers. They have
Right.
submarines. They think they're going to be able to hide from him. They really believe they can hide, and he's going to,
Mhm.
we're going to find them. And it may be me that goes and finds him, because I think when they get up there, he's going to hand me the sword and shield and go demon hunting. Go ahead, Mike. Go. I'm going to be like, woo. I'm going to be celebrating as I come back down.
Well, just imagine that, the word also talks about how, God is going to send people strong delusions. And that is already happened, that they will believe a lie because people already are worshiping other people. They put other human beings on pedestals, and they think that they can do no wrong. I mean, we see this in the world today. We see it everywhere. I've even like seen it in these YouTube streets.
Yep.
Like it's just unbelievable that people search for a savior in each other, instead of
Mm.
realizing that there is a higher power
Yeah.
that is definitely going to judge us all, and that
Mhm.
when it's our turn and we have to stand before him, none of us are going to be there with each other. It's just going to be us.
Right.
And so the very
No
people
tag
that
team.
you worship and put on the pedestal, They're not going to be there
Nope.
when it's
Well,
time for you to be judged, you know?
half of
So
this country is waiting for Donald Trump to come back. They think he's going to save them. He ain't saving you. He could change things, but he ain't the savior.
The
oh,
Q-tards.
absolutely not. You
You
know,
know,
but then we all know that, that the Antichrist is coming before the true Christ comes. And
True.
that's the part where people are not going, they're going to be fooled because the Bible talks about how this Antichrist will be able to snap his fingers and make thunder light up in the sky. So if people worship other people, other human beings and rock stars and celebrities, what do you think they're going to do for the Antichrist when he comes down to earth and fools all these
and
people?
it says many will love him. Millions and millions of
Exactly.
people are going to love him. But you
Mhm.
need the two witnesses to come down too.
Exactly.
Mm,
Yep.
that's gonna be a crazy
But
sight.
it's and it's just making me realize that it's happening. We're close. We are already in these
We're in the
uh
prelude.
in yeah
Birth pains.
in the Trumps what trumpet, I don't know. I think we probably in like the sixth
I
trumpet
think
or something.
we're. I don't even think Revelation
Um,
started yet, but
yeah,
we're
I'm
in the
not sure about the
prelude to it.
trumpets, but
I don't know.
yeah, I agree with
What is the trumpets, the vials, and the seals?
in the
Yeah, the
bowls.
seal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, in a way, we've probably been in Revelation for a long time. If you look at all the stuff, and we're maybe at the fourth one, but all the seals have to go in order, and they're starting to go in order right now, and that's the
hmm
scary part.
The wars, the
Yeah,
rumors of
everything's
wars,
done
the
in order.
famines, the
mm-hmm.
food
It's
deserts,
it's like a movie script,
the
It's the beginning
weird
of sorrows.
weather, and yep, all of that. It's like,
and,
wow.
and people have to
Pandemics,
understand. Famine may not hit every single country, but
right.
famine is
Lord,
here
I hope
already.
not.
Oh
You go to
yeah.
Africa, there's millions of people
Oh
dying.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
so sad.
famine's been there.
Yeah,
Famine
I
has
mean,
been there. That
in
has
South
not.
America, people
Yeah.
in
I mean,
Venezuela, Cuba. I mean, these people they have no food.
us, the crazy part about that is like I can't even imagine what that's like because us as fortunate people, I mean, just the fact that we're able to have internet and talk with each other live on the stream like this is just like some can consider it to be like luxurious, but
hmm
even us being so fortunate and blessed by God that we are, we have even felt the experience of like hunger,
Well, I
like
have, believe it or not. I can tell you honestly that
Did you grow up poor, Pops?
here's what happened. My parents got divorced. My father was a cop, right? And my mother didn't work.
hmm
And she went to live with her mother. My grandmother's very poor, lived in Coney Island. I actually know what it is to go to bed without eating for a whole day.
wow.
I know what
Mm,
it is to eat a mayonnaise sandwich.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I know what it is to open a refrigerator up and look inside of it, and there's nothing in
Find
there
nothing.
but
Yeah.
maybe a vase, like a jug of water.
Hmm.
Now,
yeah.
most people can't say that. Did that happen all the time? No. But
Right.
I've been there. I've seen my grandmother go to the store and rob food to feed us.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
remember
yeah.
hot dogs and beans. My grandmother would come home with a packet of hot dogs and a can of beans, and me and my uncles, who were like my age, a year or two older, we all be dancing in the living room like it was a celebration because that's how poor I was. I know what it is to
hmm
go to bed with no heat in a house and actually be freezing. But I didn't go through that for a long period, but I did go through it for like a year or two.
Right. Phases. Yeah.
So I know what it is to be there. And when I see people there are people that never know, like my son, never knew what it was to
Yeah,
not have
and they
food.
and they very far removed from it, right? Like they can't even phantom of
Mhm.
having to do that, and even though they may have heard their parent or grandparents say it, they can't wrap their brains around
Yeah.
that logic because they grew up don't realize how privileged they actually grew up and how blessed they are to have not have grown up in that era.
There's nothing worse than actually there's no food to eat and you know you're going to bed and there's nothing to eat. There's nothing worse.
And you're
That's one of the
hungry and the
worst
stomach's
feelings.
cramping.
And my mother used to feel bad.
Oof.
I remember my mother would work she worked in Burger King for a while, and she would come home at night, like 11 o'clock at night. She'd get out, And when me and my uncles woke up, there were Whoppers on top of the radiator, like keeping warm. Like, and we'd wake up and that'd be our breakfast. And we're like, oh, I used to go to school on purpose early to get breakfast.
Yeah.
Like, rush
The
to
breakfast
school.
program at school, yeah.
Yeah, like people don't know what that is. Like they don't know. And when people sit here and they tell you shit,
Yeah, and the lunch program where
Yeah.
a lot of times the kids that wasn't on a lunch program because they parents, I guess, made more money and they didn't have to be, they would
Right.
laugh at the kids that were on the lunch and breakfast
oh, I went
program.
through all that.
Yep.
But here's how you know if
I
somebody
grew
was
up in
poor.
those times too.
Just ask them, have you ever eaten a mayonnaise sandwich?
Exactly.
If they say no, they were never poor.
Right.
I'm telling you, man, mayonnaise sandwiches, I eat them now sometimes because, you know, when you're a kid, you eat stuff and you just eating certain things bring back a memory to you and you enjoy. I enjoy a mayonnaise sandwich because I ate so many of them.
Oh
I
my!
hate mayonnaise. I hate
I
it.
understand, but I ate so many of those mayonnaise
Right.
sandwiches that, hey, it became part of, like, you know, you go eat a slice of pizza in a pizzeria your whole life, the same pizzeria. You could go travel anywhere you want, but when you go back to that pizzeria you ate in as a kid, that pizza tastes better.
Mm.
You know, that mayonnaise sandwich is actually it tastes delicious to me. It has to be Hellman's mayonnaise, though. I love Hellman's.
Hellman's. Oh, really? Come on.
Give
It's
me
gotta
my
be Hellman's.
Miracle Whip. Give me my Miracle Whip. I'm
I'll
good.
deal with Miracle Whip, Kraft. I could eat any mayonnaise, but Hellman's to me, that's my favorite.
But
I grew up on it.
it's got that stupid soybean oil in it, which might be like genetically modified and
Well,
everything.
you can get it with olive oil too. They have
Oh
it.
yeah, okay.
But
Well,
look, certain things I don't care. Like I'll buy ketchup now. Heinz used to be my thing, but with that fructose syrup, I just had to get rid of it, and I buy
Exactly.
organic ketchup.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mustard, there's really no bad mustard. It's pretty good for you. You
Yeah.
know, most of
Yeah,
them.
mustard is pretty
low
actually
calorie,
pretty
too.
good for you.
I like
Yeah,
the
and
one
it's
with the
healthy for
seeds.
you.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, because I know it's really good for people that have digestive problems.
Yeah, and mayonnaise. I mean, you can even make it if you want. It's pretty, you know, not that hard. But I love how I don't know. I don't eat enough of mayonnaise for it to hurt me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
you just gotta mix it in with a little tuna, man. That's all you gotta do.
Oh, I
Peanut butter and jelly takes me back to my childhood.
Woo!
Peanut butter and jelly
How
sandwich.
about the peanut butter jelly used to come with, like, it's still, they have it, where there's
Pops.
the jelly and the peanut butter in there?
Pops and Spam. Remember
Smuckers.
Spam?
Oh, man, you fry that shit up. Look, you can make a buffet
I
with that
know,
with macaroni and cheese.
I used to tear a Spam sandwich up.
Wait, what is Spam? What's the ingredients in that?
Pork, and I don't eat pork anymore. I haven't
No,
eaten
me
pork
either.
in like 30 years.
Well, I once in a blue moon will eat pork, but like it's like something like this, like an egg roll with pork in it. There's a few little pieces. I don't really eat pork because, you know, religious.
But I'm not
reasons.
gonna lie, when we was a kid, Spam sandwich was good. Like you
Delicious.
said, Pops,
You fry that shit up.
fry it up and put some bread, or put your mustard or whatever, mayonnaise, whatever you put on your bread. And
Oof.
man, listen, when things were hard, like he said, because I grew up in some hard times too. And spam was cheap then, and it was the thing to do when you didn't have anything else.
And if you really wanted to get fancy, you get Kraft macaroni and cheese, fry that Spam up and mix it together.
Exactly.
I know all that food.
See, me and Pop's the same age, so we grew up in the
Got
same
those
era.
High school,
Yeah.
college student recipes, man.
No, but these are
Man,
foods that
those are hard
most
time
people have
foods.
never eaten, you know? No, how many
Yeah.
people you know that ate a mayonnaise sandwich?
That
What?
low
What do you
budget
mean a
efficiency.
mayonnaise
Pop,
sandwich?
sardines and crackers, potted meat and crackers.
Yeah, I was never sardines. I could eat a little bit, but I was never crazy for them.
Yeah, sardines and crackers.
How about
and
you make
potted
your
meat
own
and crackers.
pizza with English muffins, sauce, and a little mozzarella, whatever cheese you had, and you throw that in the toaster oven? Woo. English muffin pizzas, delicious.
Yeah. Oh,
We should
Pop.
talk. We should have a show on all the old school food.
Oh my God.
Man, I could sit here and write a book on it because I've eaten so much.
I've heard of people syrup sandwiches, ketchup sandwiches, the mayonnaise sandwiches, grilled cheese when you had none but bread and cheese in the refrigerator.
Oh, grilled cheese all day.
The grilled cheese, yes. I mean,
Grilled cheese I can
All
get
day.
down
You
with,
just
yeah.
need. Now, if I didn't have butter, say you didn't have no butter, I would what I would do is I would either toast the bread and then as soon as it came out, I stick the cheese in it, or I put it in the oven and melt the cheese
Yeah.
without butter. But if you have butter,
Yeah.
you can make a better grilled cheese.
But the best way was with the butter, and you put the
Ooh.
pan up under. Remember the little drawer with the fire up under the stove?
Oh,
You'll
you're
put the
talking
you
about like old times.
yeah, the old times where the fire up under the oven, and they would have that little drawer. You pull it out and put it up under it and let the fire. It'll
Like broil it,
bake the
yeah.
bread just right. It'll bake the bread.
Well,
And
you know what I do when I make grilled cheese?
what?
I put butter on the bread first on both slices. So now I
Mhm.
slap the bread on, right? It's got the butter and it's cooking.
Yeah,
And when I flip it, the butter's there already on the other
right.
side. And I just boom,
Exactly.
and I
It's
flip
already
it.
there.
Bada bing,
Yep.
bada boom.
You know
There
what's
you
good?
go.
Grilled cheese with tomatoes.
Yes.
Yes.
Slice that tomato thin, because if you didn't
Mhm.
have meat,
Yeah,
you
because
know.
I used to dip my grilled cheese in tomato soup.
Tomato soup.
Have
Yep, that's a
yeah, and
classic.
dip it.
That's a
well,
classic, Humble. For
Campbell's
sure.
tomato soup, man, with that.
You find that
Flavor.
at any restaurant.
I
Yeah.
still do it. My grandkids didn't know what that was. So I went out and I bought a couple of cans of tomato soup. I bought Progresso. I like the Progresso.
Mhm.
And I made grilled cheeses and I gave it to them and they were eating the tomato. I said, no, you got to dip it in it. And they were like, dip it. And they
Exactly.
were like, oh, this is
It was the
delicious.
best.
You got to teach the kids some of the old school food.
Right. Show them the tricks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How about the school lunches? Like
Oh,
here, my favorite school lunch was Sloppy Joe with the tater tots.
Sloppy Joe, yes, and the tater tots.
Oh,
And I hated the beets. Remember, they gave you beets with
yeah.
everything. God, I can't stand beets right to this day.
But I love that Sloppy Joe potato tots.
Yeah,
That was my
the
favorite
Sloppy
food
Joe,
lunch.
the burgers, the pizza,
Salisbury steak with the macaroni and
Salisbury
cheese.
steak,
Getting me hungry.
and the school cookies was so good.
Yep.
Oh
School
my
lunches
God.
weren't bad. And then even the raviolis, I guess they were like Chef Boyardee, but they would melt a ton of cheese on the top of them. Like
Yes.
American cheese.
Ravioli, yes.
Do you know I still eat Chef Boyardee like maybe once every 3 months? I'll buy a can because I don't care what's inside them. If I'm eating it like once in a blue moon, they're delicious. I
Yeah.
love those Chef Boyardee.
Jeez, Pops, you took me down memory lanes. My school
Yeah,
days.
little nostalgia.
I could
That's
keep going with
crazy.
food, man. I'm getting
Yeah,
hungry.
we improvised. I mean, when you didn't grow up, with much, we learned how to stretch $1. I mean,
Well, you know how I got the mayonnaise sandwiches? Because if you have ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise in a refrigerator, usually you'll run out of the mustard and ketchup first. And there'll still be the mayonnaise.
The
now
mayonnaise.
you open the door one morning and all there is a loaf of bread and mayonnaise. There's nothing else in the refrigerator.
Now I
So
did
common
used to
sense,
make.
you gotta.
I did used to make, if eggs was still there, I would put Miracle Whip on my bread and fry my egg and make me an egg sandwich with Miracle Whip on it. Now, if there was no bacon or sausage for breakfast,
Yeah.
I would definitely do the egg sandwich.
But people don't
I'll
get
do
it,
an egg
man.
sandwich right now. They don't. I would do that right now.
I'm telling you,
Or like
I'm not
a good
lying.
French toast.
My grandmother would come home with like hot dogs and beans, and we would dance like
Pork
she
and beans, hot dogs
Yeah.
and pork and beans.
and we
Remember?
would dance like she brought us an Xbox One home.
Exactly.
Like we were doing dancing, tap dancing, like we were gonna eat hot dogs and
Oh, Pops, stop it. You taking me
Yeah.
down memory lane. Pork and beans and hot dogs. Yeah.
and
that
you
was-
use
that
the
was
white
real.
bread. You would make your own hot dog roll. There was no hot dog
You
roll.
would either have the
Sandwich
Wonder
bread.
Bread or wholesome bread.
Wonder
Either
bread
one.
all time.
Wonder Bread. Oh my goodness.
Grew up on Wonder Bread.
Oh
It's the
boy.
worst now because it has all that bleach
Oh,
in
I don't
it
buy
and
it.
all that crap. Oh
Yeah.
my God, I can't believe we ate that when we were
Chemical
kids.
preservatives and everything.
Oh, you gotta almost make your own bread now. That's how bad it is.
Yeah,
The Pepperidge
absolutely.
Farm bread ain't that bad.
absolutely.
But it's
Yeah,
like
it's
$5
expensive.
for a loaf of bread.
Yeah, it's expensive. I like the
Yeah.
Hawaiian bread and it's expensive. So.
Oh, ain't that delicious?
They make look. I
Those
make the
little
best
rolls.
turkey sandwiches with the Hawaiian bread. Oh my God.
Some mashed potatoes on the side, a little gravy.
It's like
Now,
challah. a
I
little bit.
guarantee the number one thing, like, remember when you were younger, you would go out to a club, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at night you go to the diner, right? Let's say after the club.
Yes.
Number one
Yep.
dish was French
Have
fries and
breakfast.
mozzarella and gravy on the side. That was
Yeah,
like,
I used to do breakfast though. After
all
I
right.
left the club, I would do breakfast. I would have a
Soak up
taste for
all the
breakfast.
The
alcohol, man.
diner was the best part of going out. Half the time I picked up better in the diner than the club.
Yo,
Exactly.
eating greasy, sloppy food when you're drunk feels
I
so good, man.
I know, right?
Oh,
And
White
honestly, you wouldn't wake up
Castle.
with a hangover the next day though either.
Yeah.
Because
White
it
Castles
helps
all
like
day.
absorb all that extra alcohol you get in your
Alcohol, yeah,
system.
yeah. I wasn't never a big drinker like that anyway. Two, three drink. Three was always my max. It still is right to this day, actually.
Well,
Responsible drinker.
I
That's
would
good.
imagine when you were younger, you weighed a lot less. Like it goes by weight too. Like if you're, I don't know how tall you are, but let's say you're 5'4", 5'5".
I'm 5'7". I'm
All
5'7".
right, but you're a woman and you're maybe 140 pounds or whatever.
Yeah, soaking wet. Yeah.
Right. So when you go out and you drink 3 drinks, it's not like if I went out and I'm 180 pounds.
Exactly. Yeah.
So maybe I need 5 drinks to get me.
And I was never like a whiskey type. Give me the wine, give me the sweet cooler, something, fruity drink. That's me.
See,
I'm
I
a
was the
wuss.
opposite.
I'm a wuss.
I would go to the bar and I would just order like 2-3 shots in a row. I want to get buzzed quick right now.
Me
Like I don't
too.
want to be sipping on the drink all night.
Yeah, too much.
And I was just like boom, 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 boom. I would hit like 3 shots and then I buy a beer to walk around and milk it.
Yeah, that's efficiency
Yeah,
right there.
exactly.
Too much liquid will get you in the bathroom all night.
Yeah, I
But
just wanted
I
to
would
get
have
drunk.
mine with ice, and I definitely let the ice melt it down so it wouldn't be so strong. My little fruity drink or my wine or
You
whatever. I
probably
would drink.
like those Malibu Bay breezes and all that stuff.
I used to
Like a
drink these
Riesling or
things.
something.
Your Riesling. I'm a Riesling. I'm a Moscato right now. Those are my two favorite, Riesling and
How about
Moscato.
rosé? You
But
like rosé?
nah, not really.
Yeah.
I don't like dry or too
I'm a
tardy.
sweet wine person.
I'm a
Really?
sweet wine,
I
definitely.
love a
So
good red, man.
I buy the old school Carlo Rossi sweet red.
Cabernet
Wait a
Sauvignon.
Carlo Rossi. It
Pop.
comes in a big jug.
Pops, I
My
remember this
grandpa used to
wine
drink.
called Cold Duck. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember Cold Duck.
And Manischewitz.
Yeah. You know what we used to do too when we were young? We used to go we'd be outside, right? We had nowhere to go. We were outside. So we'd go hang out in the park and we would get like a bottle of like the little bottles of Southern Comfort or Blackberry Brandy. And we drink that. And we thought it was getting us warm, but we actually were getting colder. Because liquor makes you colder. You don't realize it.
Usually it's the other way around, I've heard, when you get drunk.
Actually, liquor, when you drink liquor, you actually get colder. It does something to you, with your body. It thins your blood or something.
Yeah, it doesn't warm you up, believe me.
One thing you never hear is an alcoholic having a heart attack. Think about that. Alcoholics.
A lot of them
their
used
blood
to
is so thin.
survive in the cold for some reason when they had alcohol in them.
Yep.
It was- yeah.
Tango, we used to drink. We drank anything, man. Anything we could get our hands on.
Oh, the neighborhood winos used to drink Mad Dog 2020.
Yep. And people, let me tell you, malt liquor get you drunk quick.
What was it? Wild Irish Rose.
We used to drink Old English 800, Colt
Ripple.
45, but would get us real drunk.
Oh God.
I was 11, 12 years old buying beer, because in my day, you could just go in the store and buy it and say, it's for my uncle, and they would sell it to you. And we'd be like 12 years old, sitting in an abandoned house in Coney Island, drinking like quarts of Old English 800. We were just little demons.
I got punished the first time I drank as a teenager, sneaking and drinking. Because like you said, we would get an old Night Train. Oh, wow.
Oh, Night Train? Oh, shit.
We would get an older person, like an uncle or just somebody walking in the store to buy us. And it was my 16th birthday. I shouldn't be telling this story, but God, I'm so embarrassed. But I paid for it dear time. And I never forget. First time I drank it was Golden Champagne. That's what it was called. Come in a little 4-pack.
I remember champagne.
Or whatever. Golden Champagne. It's sweet. Of course. That's why I've always liked sweet. And then I actually smoked my first, back then we called it reefer.
Yeah.
I smoked my
Reefer
first
madness.
reefer and I drank a couple Golden Champagnes. And when I tell you that was the only time in my life I was ever drunk and I was ever sick. That was the last time. Never again. Because I threw up so bad and I was praying and negotiating with God
Yes,
that if
I've
he
done that.
ever
You
get
gotta
me
get
through this,
on your knees at that
You're on
I
the
point.
would
steering wheel toilet.
never. I would listen.
You made
I
a
was
deal with
praying
God
to the
right there.
porcelain God, praying to the porcelain God. I
Yep.
was like, God, just please, whoa, it just kept coming out. Please, don't, I could barely get it out. It was
Oh,
just,
I've been there so many times. I'll never
and
do it again. I
honestly,
swear.
no. Honestly, I never did it again. I never was drunk again, and I never threw up again after drinking.
Again, exercise of those spirits.
I,
They call those liquors spirits for a reason. You know.
Exactly.
I've gotten so drunk sometimes, man. I can tell you stuff. I'll never forget. I'll tell you this story. I shouldn't be telling you. I got so drunk one night with me and my friends, and I was married at the time. And I didn't have a kid yet, but I went out with my friends and we got so hammered. So I come home and I don't even know how I got home. I mean, we used to drive drunk. I mean, but like that's the way it was. So
Mhm.
I get home and I look and I see my mother standing in front of my house like 3 in the morning with my
Ooh.
ex-wife. And I'm like, oh shit, my mother's here. Like, you know, your mother's here. And I'm like, what do I do? Yeah, I'm telling you, I was so drunk that I like they both were there, like, what's the matter? You knew I was just like wobbling up there, right? I pushed them both out of the way. And now I lived on the second floor. I start stripping, taking all my clothes off. I was heating up, I was burning. By the time I got to the top floor, I was naked. And I didn't care. My mother was there. It didn't matter. And I just was like, leave me the F alone. And I went in the room and passed out naked. I didn't care. I was burning. But I'll never forget. I'm looking up, oh shit, there's my mother. It's like 3 in
That's
the
a
morning.
funny story.
My ex-wife called my mother up. Like, what am I, a little kid? I was crazy. And my mother, like, I don't care. I'm ripping my clothes off. I didn't give a shit. I was so drunk. Yeah, I'll never forget that night.
Yeah, your
man. It was
story
crazy.
is definitely crazy, more crazier than mine.
Oh, I got real crazy ones, but I can't tell them over here.
I know, right? That was the only one I'm gonna tell because that was the first time I ever smoked reefer, which is now marijuana. I don't know what they
The
call it now, but
ganja, the herb.
ganja, yeah. First time in my life, and
Jamaican
and the
gold.
first time I drank in my life was I trying to be grown on my 16th birthday. Like I got so sick, and I don't think I touched anything else until I was 21.
Hey, whatever it takes, right?
It was a lesson, I tell you. It was a
Yep, yep.
lesson. Like, and listen, and I had to do all of that and lay down and get well before my mother got home because my mother worked nights. And I had to like act like nothing was wrong the next
Yeah.
day. I was still hungover, sick as a dog. She
Getting
kept saying,
caught
"What's
by your
wrong?"
parents is the
I'm like,
worst.
"I don't know. I think my stomach's upset, you know."
I've been
But I
yeah.
but I ended up telling my mom that story like long time ago, and the only thing she said to me was, "Well, that's what you get." That
Mhm.
was the greatest revenge.
You
I
gotta
didn't have
learn the
to
hard
put.
way
She
sometimes.
was like, I didn't have to put you on punishment or whoop you.
Right.
She was like, yeah, you got your whooping.
I've been really drunk at times. I mean, I was so drunk a couple of times. I'm telling you, I woke up in like people's houses next to a girl, and I was like, "How the hell did I get here?" And then I would look at the girl like carefully, see how ugly
Like
she was,
blackout
and I'd
drunk?
be like, "Did I go with her or not?" Like I'd be freaking out. Like sometimes they were good looking, so I didn't care, but a couple of times they were
Like,
like,
uh-oh.
I was like, oh shit,
Did I
I
do
go with
something
that
I don't
girl?
remember
Like,
that I'm gonna regret? Did I do it?
yeah.
Did I do it?
The only thing never happened to me, I never woke up next to a dude, which was good. I'd be like,
Right.
man, holy shit, did he you know, but like I wake up naked in a girl's bed and I'd be like, I didn't remember
That's not a bad situation.
none of it. Not a zero.
Could be worse. Could be worse.
Yeah.
You know.
I've been there, man.
Yeah, the good old days.
Yes, it is. And you know, the things we did though back in the day would almost have been considered crimes today. Like they really like tightened it up. The young kids cannot get away with what we got away with. Like having a fist fight was not a big deal in my day. We went to
people getting
bars
soft
looking
now.
to fight people. We literally went there. We
Well,
wanted to fight.
it's different now. We fought with our hands, and whoever won
Always with our
won, and
hands.
it was over. It was the end. And sometimes the fights I had, we'd be playing hours later or the next day or whatever. It was that's just how I grew up, you know.
Some of those guys ended up being one of my best friends like that I had a fight with. Because you
Mhm.
respect each other after the fight, you know.
Yeah.
You know, like, all right, this guy's not—he's not going to take it, you you know?
It's either you're gonna win or you're gonna take that A whooping.
You got to stand up like any kid out there. Now, today it's different. It don't matter. They just get their cell phones out. But when I was younger, my dad always told me, even you know you're going to lose the fight and it's a bully or something, you got to stand up to him so the rest of them will leave you alone.
Exactly.
So take one ass whooping instead of taking, hundreds. Get
I
one
was
ass
always the one that, fought for the underdog, the person that's being bullied.
Well, that happened a lot too. With me a few times. My son was that guy. My son was that guy that he kept protecting all the weak links in his school. Like he wouldn't let people bully other people. Like
Yeah,
my
that
son
was me and
type
my
of kid.
sister. Me and my sister was that type for sure.
I did it sometimes, but and on my day though, most people did fight. Even the weakest kids, they would fight you. They wouldn't let you bully them as much. The bullying got out of control now.
Oh my God,
boy,
it's
we
so
got
ridiculous
Eliza
now.
coming in to tell some of her stories here.
The
Exile
bullying
One
is
was like,
crazy
"Yo, Eliza,
now.
come on now. They're telling stories. I know you got a lot of them." By the way, OG, this is Eliza. I know if you haven't met her before, but
hello.
She will speak her mind. That's for sure.
Yes. Actually,
Yeah,
I was just having a conversation about that.
You ever eat a mayonnaise sandwich, Eliza?
A mayonnaise, yes.
All right,
Mayonnaise and tomatoes, and matter of fact, we even had butter and cinnamon, and
oh yeah.
You
know. Or the English muffin pizzas.
I don't know what that is, but if you
get an English muffin and you split it in half, and let's say you got ragu or whatever you got in a jar, you throw a couple of spoonfuls, some cheese, whatever you got, and throw it in the toaster oven.
The bagels, and you sit there and just put some toppings on their mugs. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like them bagel pizzas too.
Oh, I do too.
By the way, Eliza, you should check out OG has a channel. She sings and she has a few. She's doing like a cartoon thing. What is that called again, OG?
Graphic novel.
Yeah, graphic novel. But
I love
I do acting, stage plays, and I sing. Nice to meet you, Elijah.
It's nice to meet you too.
You got a wrench, right, OG?
Yes.
Yeah, just drop your links again. Just every time you come on, drop them in. This way, people see them. You too. I think.
Don't mind me. I'm actually in the process of cutting up carpet.
Oh, all right.
Taking out carpet, and that's why I'm in my comfortable clothes today.
Flipping it out's a pain though if you got a lot of staples and stuff like those little nails. And...
That's one of the things that we're in the process of dealing with is staples and all kind of fun stuff, and then trying to tell the kids not to come downstairs, because we all know every single time you tell a child not to do something, then they have this uncanny need to do exactly what you tell them not to do.
Yeah, so I don't like carpet that much. I mean, it keeps you warm, but I'm into the hardwood floors.
Yeah, me too. I can't stand the carpet, and it holds so much. It holds so much dirt, odor.
Exactly.
You look like you got a white carpet there or gray. That looks.
Yeah, I got hardwood. Yeah.
We bought this house, I want to say about 6-7 years ago. Everything was absolutely fine, but I didn't understand why they would sit there and have carpet, but you could sit there and tell like there were little dog spots, like whoever was here had a little dog or something like that. And in the process of, sitting there trying to try to take care of the house, they sat there and covered a lot of stuff up. I understand now why they covered some stuff up. I don't have a problem sanding down hardwood floors.
They're expensive though. Sometimes it's cheaper to just get the carpet.
That's why a lot of people do get the carpet, because it's cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, carpet is great in winter. It's
honestly, I don't like
warm.
I prefer a rug. Go ahead and give me a rug, in the main places where you're gonna have traffic. But I also have a large family with many children, so I like to be able to go ahead and get my broom and sit there and sweep through my whole house, sit there and get everything clean that needs to be cleaned up. And this way I can sit there and get the babies to sit there and clean up their messes and start taking accountability for themselves at a young age, to where, it's second nature. And
I like the in the bedrooms, but not in the living room and in the main traffic. I like wood.
Well, see, and that's the way that's how I feel too. Like as far as the bedroom, right when you wake up and your feet are touching the ground, that's different, because you don't want the cold or the heat to sit there and shock you and all this other kind of stuff. But in the main hallway or in the bathrooms and all that makes no sense to me. This woman even put a carpet in the bathroom. So honestly, with that, I was kind of hesitant to even
Oh,
pull up
that's
this
very
carpet.
old school. Yeah. Oh God,
In
that's
most
very old
countries,
school.
they don't even have carpet. Like I lived in the Dominican Republic, every floor is hard tile,
Yeah, I love tile and hardwood flooring.
Hardwood,
and
right?
then you
Yeah.
would throw
Yeah,
like
give me
I love,
hardwood.
you would
I
throw
love
like a
hardwood
carpet
floors,
on
but I
it,
hate
like
tile.
what?
Well, okay. Let me not say I hate tile. I love hardwood floor. I like the look of it, the feel of it. You know, for a lot of
Hmm.
people, that's as close to being, one-on-one with nature as they're ever gonna get.
Yeah,
Because,
well, you go out and walk on the grass. That's as
yeah.
close as you're gonna get.
But see, we also have a garden in the back and a garden in the front. So, but whenever it comes to if you're in the house or if you're stuck in the house, like let's say it's snowing outside or something like this, oh yeah, I would rather sit there and not only be touching hardwood, but the original hardwood to the house, because that is touching the ground versus some of the plastic look-alike plank.
Yeah, well, you gotta when you don't have money, sometimes you gotta make do what you have.
Hey, I'm all for making it do what it do, baby. I'm stressed because I sat there and I just got done telling Exile that, hey, you know what, babe? So whenever we were doing this, instead of me sitting here and spending all this freaking money and then you're complaining at me because I sat there and spent your whole check, how about we just go and sit there and put like some peel and stick tiles right here, and that way we can sit there and still get the same look.
Yeah.
And of course she's like, well, babe, if we sit there and do that, it's not gonna last long. Honey, it's not meant to last long. Have you not met your wife? I changed my mind like I changed y'all.
Well, we're
So
talking about foods now, so you gotta switch the
Well,
subject.
we're
okay.
talking about old
Yeah, we don't. I don't want to talk about
food and
floors. That's
drinks and
boring.
stuff. Like,
Ooh,
So now we're talking about all the old school foods we used to eat. So give us a couple of
yeah.
yours,
Okay, some of the old school foods I
like
used to
when you were a
eat.
little kid.
Whenever I was a little kid, we had peanut butter and honey sandwiches.
Oh yeah.
Those were some of my favorites because I didn't have to get in trouble for eating them. We still had the nickel candy. Matter of fact, if you went to my church, there is a corner store at my church, and they still sell the same nickel candy that they had back then.
Really?
yeah, see, I'm older. It was penny candy for us. Penny candy.
I remember getting bazookas for a penny.
Yeah, you know
Man,
what? They also have bazookas and stuff like that too.
People don't know what that's. I used to go to the candy store for 50
100
cents
piece of
and come out with a
candy
brown
with a
bag
dollar.
full of candy.
Yes, 100 pieces of candy for $1. Penny
Yeah.
candy.
And you'd be like, give me 5 of them, 5 of them, you know.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
But see,
candy.
we had the same thing except for inflation hit. So, ours went up to a whole nickel. But
Well, we
yo,
used to have
pops,
a saying when
I gotta
bazooka
go,
went
man.
up to 2
I'll catch
cents.
y'all later on the next
Oh,
one.
all right, Rebel.
All right, Rebel.
We used to have a saying when
I'll see
bazooka
y'all.
gum went up to 2 cents.
Eliza,
We
it was
like,
nice to meet you. Exile, welcome.
Oh.
I'll let y'all do your thing.
Rebel,
Peace.
thank you for coming,
right,
man.
Rebel.
I
All right.
appreciate you.
I'll see y'all.
Rebel Nazim. But we used to have bazooka gum, and when it went up to 2 cents, we go, you can't even get anything for a penny anymore.
mm-hmm.
That was
My
like the new
old
thing.
school food that I loved was grilled cheese sandwiches made with that government box cheese. You
Yeah,
will
the
never find
government
cheese like
cheese.
that
Yep.
again.
That government box cheese ain't bad.
Government cheese.
Now here's the worst part, right? So I cannot even relate to that, unfortunately, because my mom was a teacher and my mom was also a professor. So we didn't get the luxury of having the government box cheese.
Oh, you don't even know what it is then. To eat
I'm
poor
telling you.
poor people.
Well, on top of the fact that my husband will sit there and tell you, I don't do dairy. So yes, I remember back in the day whenever everybody else was sitting there and drinking, the 2% milk. And not the whole milk. This is the watered down.
And that watered down milk.
Exactly. I was still getting bubble guts with the watered down shit. So
Well, I get it, period. So I have to do lactose.
But how
free
about
for
OG?
sure.
We used to get milk in the glass bottle. They used to
Yes.
deliver
we
it
used
to
to
my
get-
house.
Yeah, we used to get
Yes,
milk like
the
little thing.
milkman. The milkman.
The milkman. We had
We
milkman.
actually had a milkman.
That's why some
Well,
kids we used to go, is that the milkman's kid?
man. And look, we
Yeah.
still got the jokes about the milkman baby. You better stop it.
I love that milk in them glass bottles.
Yes.
Can't
Actually, for
find it
a long
anymore.
time, we forgot it. We had gotten it for years until matter of fact, I actually remember the first day my mom went and got it in a plastic jug. And I didn't know what the hell it was. I mean, I wasn't gonna touch it. But
I wish there was somewhere that you could still get that milk. You could find it in a supermarket in a glass thing, but it's the same milk that's in that plastic jug. The one I used to get delivered, it was creamy.
They
I think
still have a milk company. I saw a truck here where they actually still will deliver fresh milk in the bottle to you at your home.
that's great. I don't
Yep.
have that over here.
It's a company here that does that.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's too expensive, probably, and most people won't. People now are like they're cheap with certain
convenient.
things.
Yeah, everybody likes convenience unless they very, very wealthy and old school.
I find people though will put terrible food in their body just to save money, and even if they have money, they're cheap when it comes to food. And my father had the opposite thought. He said, no matter how poor you are, always eat good. He said, always buy the best food. He said, because that's more important. Let those people that got money eat shit food because they're cheap. He did the opposite. We ate the best. Food was the most important thing to him. Like, he cared about what we ate.
Well, see, I don't. Let me not say it. Okay, we are wealthy as a family. Let me say that. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm old school, but I was okay. So I'm adopted, and I was adopted when my mom was 49. So the way I was raised was what other people consider old school, but it was normal to me. So there was a lot of things that we did, that we ate, that we handled, that were second nature to me. Like I didn't know that a lot of people do not know how to catch a chicken, crack the neck, and depulk a chicken to be able to cook a chicken.
Well, I'm older than you, and I never learned how to do that.
I did it in the DR.
I was a city girl, so I
but
never I wasn't
didn't
raised in
taste
the
good.
South or on the farm or anything. So.
We were country. We were country bumpkins.
I just snapped the neck. I would take it by the neck and spin it and crack that neck real quick.
Well, see, you got to catch that mug first, because when they know they're baby, it's a wrap.
They're tough, man. They'll fight you too.
And they're scary, but I say they scary too, because look, they will sit there and bug up to you, sit there and talk about, fuck, I wish you would. Man, they are not playing.
I didn't like doing it though, because what happened was I bought a couple of chickens when I lived in the DR. And they were like pets. I felt bad. Like my son went and killed one on me, and I was so pissed off at him. I was like, I like that chicken. Like, it was like a pet. And that's the sad part. Like, and we ate it, but I didn't like it. It was gamey. It was tough to me. I don't know. I guess the real chicken that you buy in the store, which ain't real,
it's not real.
Shit to that chicken to make the meat softer.
Oh yeah, they put all kind of preservatives and all kind of they put all kind of pollutants.
Yeah, and steroids and everything else too. They shooting them chickens with.
They make them taste good though. Look at
when have you seen a chicken so fat, like the legs and the wings are that fat, like they shooting something up at the steroids, something.
Well, they shoot them up so they grow faster too.
Let me ask you this. You sat there and said, but they taste good though. Do they taste good, or have you just been so used to eating them that you equate to that being acceptable?
That's definitely the main thing, is you're used to it, so it tastes correct to you. Like you go to other countries, the beef doesn't taste like our beef.
What gets on my nerves is people that eat exotic foods and you be like, what does it taste like? Chicken? Not everything tastes like chicken, damn it.
That's all bullshit when they say
that. Exactly.
Like, what does snake taste like? Chicken? What does frog legs taste like?
Only thing that tastes like chicken to me is rabbit.
Yeah, it don't taste like chicken. Rabbit, I don't know. It don't taste like chicken to me. But.
Believe it or not, rabbit and hare actually have a different taste to them, because a hare is more of a wild rabbit versus, I don't know. you know, once again, I'm a country bumpkin, so maybe there's a difference to
My
me.
mom cooked some chicken. Well, and you know, like she would normally
I'll
like
be right back.
do chicken, rice, and gravy, but she would gravy
Mm.
the chicken. So she did it with a rabbit one time, and we ate it and didn't even know it was freaking rabbit we were eating. She didn't tell us because if she told us, we probably would have said no, no, no. And she didn't tell us. We thought we were eating chicken. So that ever since then, for me, you know, rabbit tastes so close to chicken. I was like, okay.
But you know what? My mom did the same thing to me. This is what she did. She did it with pork though. For
Mm,
years, I'm sitting here and I'm so used to eating scrambled eggs, you know, and scrambled eggs and sausage for years. Okay, I didn't realize that the sausage wasn't sausage. Well, it was. It was pork brains.
oh wow.
So when I sit there and tell you she had been making that for years, you know, with the sausage patties, you know, I was sitting here eating pancakes with sausage in them. When I tell you my mama
Hmm.
hooked up a breakfast, baby, my mama hooked up a breakfast. Okay, been eating this stuff for years. I did not realize what it was I was actually eating until I became an adult. I had my first
Exactly.
family. I sat there and tried to cook it for myself, sitting there thinking, oh, well, you know what? I got this. I got the sausage. I got this. I got that. You know, I'm about to, we about to get down with the get down.
Hmm.
Here you go, baby.
Shit, talking about some food. I'm about to fix this some food.
Go ahead. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. We're doing some version of spring cleaning.
I
So,
hear you.
but when I sit there
What
and tell
state?
you,
What state are you guys in?
we are in Missouri.
Oh,
So
okay.
right now it's wet outside, but um we had we have two huskies that had puppies, and
Oh,
they had 9 puppies. So we went from having 2 dogs to 11 dogs. So now that is down to 3 dogs. And this is, you know, daddy dog and 2 puppies. I'm trying to, you know, take out the carpet, take out the smells, take out, you know, all that kind of stuff that literally is still just sitting there. And
mm-hmm.
so, and I'm actually doing that. I'm redoing my front porch because my lovely Aurora, who is my Siberian Husky, she took off almost the entire front of my house.
Oh, wow.
Whenever she was in heat and she was trying to get her little tail out to where she could get some action, she was not playing.
Mm.
Okay. You know, most dogs you can sit there and like leash up, chain up. No, I had to sit there and like put her against like the brick foundation part of my house. And even with that, she kind of started to sit there. Like I think with that, she got like maybe 2 or 3 centimeters, moving my
Mm.
entire house so she can get some tail. Beforehand, oh, literally, she jumped the fence, ran off, came back, and literally ran up to my porch and had the whole side of my porch connected to her. Needless to
Oh,
say, we're going ahead and we're cleaning from the inside out. And with this, we're also going to get a new porch. I'm going to end up getting a new privacy fence for my backyard, so I can sit there and have
mm-hmm.
my dogs in the backyard instead of in the front yard. Because for some reason over here, everybody thinks, oh, if it's fuzzy, it's cute. It doesn't matter what the sign says. And I'm always telling my kids, reading is fundamental. Because if my dog decides to sit there and bite your hand off,
Mm.
then she will come to my house sitting there and complaining. But for some reason, everybody's like, oh my goodness, oh, can I pet your dog? And then, you know, they want to automatically touch it before you sit
Mm-hmm.
yes or no. Now, luckily,
Right.
my dogs are friendly, but lately, the daddy dog has been getting less friendly because he's being protective of his children. But it's
Mm-hmm.
just like people still don't get that. They're like, ew, and I'm just like, okay. So yeah, we're gonna have to move them to the back with a 10 to 12 foot privacy fence, so that way I don't have to worry about somebody going, ooh, let me touch your dog,
Right.
or somebody trying to steal one of my puppies.
Yeah. How many puppies you guys have?
We're down to 2 now that we're keeping, but initially we were at 9. So we
Okay.
had 11 dogs, and somebody actually tried to come over to my yard try to climb over my fence to sit there and try to steal one of my puppies. And I'm like, bruh,
Wow.
you don't see there's a camera right there, my guy? Bruh,
That's crazy.
Girl, look,
yeah, they would definitely do it. They would definitely do it.
This town. I came from somewhere where the only thing you had to worry about was a crackhead coming into your house and stealing something that was an inanimate object. Okay, something that did not move, like a TV, stereo, etc., etc. I'm not used to people stealing creatures or things that move.
Yeah.
It literally looked like they had tried to come into my yard and chase my dog around like a chicken to sit there and try to catch it. And they did not know I was sitting there in my yard. I'm like, okay, so can I help you? And then I got scared. And they're like, oh, I said, no, you weren't. If you were doing that, you would have actually came through the door. You just jumped my I said, okay, so look. I'm not the type that's gonna call the police, but I am the type that has a Mickey Mouse tool. And if you don't want me hollering no toodles, you need to disappear. Just like this.
Right. I know that's right.
Needless to say,
that's crazy.
Like I said, honey, I'm new here. Okay. I'm not used to that. I'm used to maybe a dope head or a crackhead stealing the TV or a stereo. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not used to them sitting here and literally I'm right there. I'm dark skinned. Y'all can see me, honey. I glisten in the sunlight. Okay. I'm beautiful.
You and I the same complexion, very similar. I was looking at you. You're very pretty.
But thank you. So my thing is, I know you see me. I literally felt like Medea. Don't they see us? Don't they see me?
Right.
I'm right there. Don't they see me? You really gonna sit there and jump my fence and they gonna sit there and try to tell me like you really? I said, look, y'all come from a whole nother cloth. y'all special breed over here. I'm gonna tell y'all that y'all special breed. Special. So now that we're down to 3 dogs, I gotta sit there and fix my front porch so it can look appealing to me. And then I'm gonna sit there and put a nice size privacy fence in my back. This way I can sit there and put all my porch furniture and stuff in the back. So, you know, if my husband wants to go out there and sit there and, you know, smoke some ganja, he can sit there and do that. And, you know, there's right back there to sit there and do whatever he's going to do. I mean, I ain't got nothing to get against it. That's not my thing. My thing is I smoke some incense. By smoke, I mean like wave. I'll wave some incense. He will literally, you know, that's his version of the only side chick he's allowed to have. Mary J.
I heard that.
But I'm not worried about her. Look, honey, if you need to sit there and get your man straight, boo, get your man straight. Okay? He your man now. Get your man straight. Okay?
So, Elijah, tell us what's going on in Ukraine.
Look here, that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Come on now.
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Come on now. You got to care what's going on in the world. They're going to be blowing up piece of
Who
America.
said I did? Who said that?
Russia got a submarine 12 miles on the outskirts of California. What do you think? That's there for no reason?
I put it to you like this. Okay, so here's my opinion. Everything that we are seeing now is specifically created to sit there and make you see or feel a specific way.
Yep.
AKA, it's specifically made to sit there and give you a false sense of loyalty in one direction. So until I can see what is going on the other side, or until I have a conversation with the guy that's getting benefited off of both sides.
Mm-hmm. And who would that be?
Mm-hmm. Well,
ever hear the Rothschilds? They sponsor both sides of any war. You know, in England fought France, they basically funded both sides.
Yes, it benefits them, and it's not just this one. It's in many different ways, and it's a few different people now. But at the end of the day, that's one of the reasons I sat there and said, "This ain't my business. It's not."
Yeah, and and America need to mind their own business some doggone time. That's all I'm gonna say to that. But I gotta get ready to go. I got a doctor appointment, so I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna end this anyway. We're hitting 4 hours, so I'm getting tired. I gotta go make some dinner.
It's nice to meet you, Miss OG.
You too. I hope I see you again in these YouTube streets.
Yeah, she's out there.
I am. I mean, I'm one of them that I'm an acquired taste. I'm either saying something that's gonna ruffle some feathers, or I'm saying something that's very, very neutral.
It's all good. I like to ruffle some feathers, so I get it.
Hey,
I
ain't
get
nothing
it.
wrong with that.
You know, people want people that's gonna agree with everything they want and they side. You know what I mean? But
You don't want an echo chamber.
I like to have the conversation. You know, whether at the end, if we agree to disagree, as long as it's all good, we can do that. But people say that, but they literally get in their feelings about it, and I don't. So.
Exactly. And you know what?
I
That's
can
probably why we
testify
like
to
each
that,
other
OG.
immediately.
I seen them say stuff to you that annoyed you, and you didn't get your feathers ruffled. You just basically said, you know what?
Okay.
You know, and you said, all right, thanks for having me, and I gotta go.
Yes, because I mean, shit, I've done that. As a matter of fact, I sat there and just got done doing that. There was a man that was egotistical. And I thought he was entertaining.
It's some egotisticals, it's some chauvinists, it's some misogynists, it's some
yes, I thought he was
narcissists. It's a lot of isms and different things on here, so you have to definitely be careful.
And a lot of lies. A lot of lies.
A lot of liars. Yeah, a lot of charlatans, a lot of fakes and phonies, a lot of.
Well, for me, this is what it was.
I'm an entertainer for a living, so I don't have to come on here and entertain. You know.
Thank you. Do you know what? I feel like we are kindred hearts somewhere. Maybe we've met in Vegas. We are truly kindred hearts because I mean I'm not Vegas, but you know I had a life before I became a mama.
And you got a channel?
Huh?
You got a channel, a YouTube
channel?
Yes,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Drop the YouTube channel in the chat, Pops. You got her YouTube channel up?
Baby, can you drop my YouTube channel in there, please?
They got wrenches.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is her husband exiled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But yeah, these YouTube streets though, after a while, they wear you out.
I be taking mental days.
I do too.
Listen, you have to.
I've been doing a show every day. I'm grinding it out a little bit, hardcore, but it's starting to wear me down a little bit. I'm definitely gonna take a day off sooner or later.
Yeah, you gotta take some mental days for sure. Cause
whenever I start, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it can literally wear you out mentally. People can, because and plus if you take too much content in, it's just like anything else. It's just like reality TV, media, the music industry. So much of listening to the same thing over and over again can literally affect you in that way. That's all I was going to say.
And think about this: no matter what, you're out there listening to people. You have to process all that information.
Mm-hmm.
Your brain is processing it, and it's so you're constantly, your brain doesn't get a rest.
Patrice, her channel's in the private chat and the chat.
I already subscribed. I got it.
You see Eliza dancing.
Yes, I do. I'm not ashamed of it at all.
She's dancing like a pretzel.
All right, you gotta take it
bending
easy.
that body all over the place. Exile's having fun.
Yeah.
I'm like, that poor man, he's in trouble.
Nice meeting everybody. I'll talk to you later, Pops.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, OG, for coming down.
No problem. Y'all have a good weekend.
You too, and God bless.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but yeah.
No, I agree with everything that she's saying, because at the end of the day, whenever I started my channel, a lot of people just thought I was going to be on there nonstop, and then they would get mad at me because I would sit there and take like a week off. And at the end of the day, first of all, it's my channel. If I want to sit there and take a week off, I'm gonna take a week off.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm just waiting for Spotify to come offer me the $100 million and take Joe Rogan's spot.
Right.
I'm actually gonna hook up soon. I'm gonna have like a studio. I got another room. I'm gonna be hooking it up, green screen, everything. I'm gonna hook it up a little better. I got to make it look a little better, my show, even though it's...
That's what's up. That's what Authority Check did. He had a shed behind his house, and he said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to turn that into my studio.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got to make it a little more, better atmosphere.
Right.
Because people, people today, they don't like a regular guy sometimes. They're like a little more showbiz. So
Well, my
I'll
thing
be the
is,
best of both worlds. That's what I'm going to be.
when it comes to me, I kind of feel like it's about what I'm dropping. Like there's times where I would sit there and drop jewels all over the place, and my philosophy on that is, I'll drop jewels all day. I mean, it's up to you to pick them up.
Yeah. But there's
You
some
know,
shows out there, they actually like almost every one of my shows, I have a theme. And even the first 30 minutes, I'll talk about it and I'll have some information. And there's shows out there, they just go on and it's just like random shit, but nothing. And you go on and you don't learn anything from that person. And I'm like, but people like this shit. There's a guy that I was watching the other night. He had about 80 people watching. He's got like a couple of like 2,000 subscribers, and they literally talk about nothing, like total retardedness. And I'm like, maybe you got to be a retard to get all these people. I don't know.
You know, for some people that's their fix and that's their stuff. For me, I like education.
Yeah, I want to learn something.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm learning about the Bible. Oh, speaking of, I have my Apocrypha as well as I have my.
Oh, you got it. All right.
Oh, yeah. Here.
Did you ever go on Mimsy's channel? That's what they do. They do the Bible stuff.
Oh, well, my thing is, I just got
girl,
done.
You get along with her. She's just like you, too.
No. They're a lot like us in their journey.
Yeah, you would like Mimsy's channel.
Yeah, I was listening to the dude this part of that channel talking the other day, and a lot of what he says is the same stuff I say.
Well, I mean,
that's my son.
I just got done reading
Exile. I think that's my son you're talking about. Because that's my daughter.
Yeah. Your son be on point too. I
where's the rabbit?
Man, your son, I could tell, like me, he's been on the journey for at least 15, 20 years.
Yeah, he's a whole different beast. Like, I'm more of the old school street kid. He's the modern day street kid that found God. I mean, but he was one evil fucking person at one time, and it's kind of my fault because I bred him to be a warrior. I really did. I bred him to be like a machine, a wrecking machine, and that actually backfired on me because he did become the wrecking machine, but not in the good way I wanted it.
Well, see, I just got done reading the story of Mary. Did you guys know that there is actually a whole book about how Mary grew up?
Before Lems does shows on like women in the Bible, like because women get overlooked in the Bible. They're not that popular, and she does shows on that. That's why I thought you would enjoy it because she is so much like you, though, like attitude.
Yeah. I think you'd enjoy Lems, honestly, babe.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing so far is that I read is that literally angels came to feed Mary. Her parents were barren, and then the angels came down to sit there and told them the day to actually hook up.
You got 100.
And then afterwards, how from the age of 3 there were angels.
Oh yeah, Ciento.
She was never.
I don't know why. Ciento, I'm thinking.
She was never fed by human hands. She was always fed by angels. And then whenever she was 14, she was told that she was going to pretty much be the mother of Christ. And whenever you look at the King James version, to sit there and say that she was scared, but she wasn't afraid of the angels. She was afraid of the information because she was also told that it would not be with her husband. And she already knew the consequences of being impregnated and not being with your husband. But she still went ahead and followed God. And honestly, whenever you get to read her story before she became the mother of Christ, that alone sits there and tells you that, look, just because you don't understand why some stuff is going on in your life the way it's going, does not mean it's bad, does not mean it's evil, does not mean you need to curse God or anything like that. Because obviously there are some days and sometimes.
That woman was very cherished by God before she held Christ.
Oh yeah.
God does things in funny ways. I hate to look at it like this, but like I had quite a bit of money for a long time, and I made a lot of money for a long time, and I'm not little money, like not like millionaire style, but like a couple of. Let's put it this way: I made at least 200 to 300,000 a year for many. Like we're talking like a 15 to 20-year stretch.
Teach us your secret, Pops,
And
and
I
we'll teach
lived,
you how
and
to
I
do
lived
the
like
thing.
I lived like a king. Like literally, houses on the water, Lexuses. I mean, you name it, I had it. I lived, and then he took it all away from me. All.
Mhm.
I
Told
mean, I
you.
went from being like I'm talking liquid, 300-400 grand in the bank, out to zero. Now
That was
I kind of let it happen.
down. You need to
I
slow down and you need to pay attention because obviously he's sitting here giving you blessings, but you're not listening to what he's
Right.
saying. He's
So
trying
he
to-
brought me down to zero to teach me a lesson. And I think he did it because I was out of control too. When you got the kind of money, you start doing some wicked, evil shit. And so, I went back down to zero. I bounced up a little bit, but I'll never get back to where I was, and I don't even care about money anymore anyway. Money can't serve two masters.
There you go.
But as long as I have a roof over my head and I have decent food, I'm all right. What was that?
There's a reason why God didn't make me rich. If I was rich, I know honestly I would do wicked things in the name of good, and God don't want that.
I did some wicked things, not like in the name of bad or good, just some wicked shit, partying a lot, more or less, like a rock star. And I guess he may have saved my life because I may be dead by now. I mean, I was in the DR like with money. Now I'm in a third world country with money, where if you had a little bit of money, you're a rock star. I was like, I was a celebrity.
How many hearts did you break at that time, Pops?
Where, in the DR?
No, back when you was living that lifestyle. I said, how many hearts did you break back then?
Well, a few, but I tried to like get rid of them quickly so I wouldn't like hurt them. I did a lot of that. Like, I'll be with them for a few weeks. I had a lot of girls that, I think they, you always get what you don't want. Like the one girl that I was in love with didn't love me. Like I went out with her for a year, but that always happens that way. Like it's
her loss.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. But what I'm saying, that only happened to me once where I really fell in love with a girl. Now, the other ones, I guess I got punished too. I mean, because there were girls in love with me when I was a young man, and I just took advantage of it a little bit, But I usually got rid of girls that I knew had a lot of feelings for me because I didn't want to hurt them to that point where I just crush them, So I would get rid of them, after a couple of months or a month or two. I'm not gonna.
I knew you was a heartbreaker in your younger.
It was hard. It's hard for me to tell somebody I love you, like especially a girl. That was the hardest thing for me to ever say. I couldn't. How would you like you with a girl? She's telling you she loves you, and you don't love her, and you can't even tell her that. I couldn't lie.
Pops was like Marlon Brando in the '80s.
I was more like John Travolta. Like I was that tight. We walk around. I had the cleft, man. I thought I was John Travolta at one point. I was doing so good.
God.
Oh shit!
I had the strut and shit. We would walk with the strut. We had it all going. Like you see Saturday Night Fever? That was me and my friends. No bullshit. Even when they're sitting there with the hair, when he goes, the hair. You ever see Saturday Night Fever?
Yeah.
All right, so the father clocks him at the table, the Italian family, and he goes, Dad, watch the hair. Like, that's how I was. Like, my hair. Like, it was crazy. I was like, that's basically us. We did all that shit.
I mean, I could have made rich, honestly, years before I got with Exiled. I actually, there was a man that sat there and asked me to marry him. He sat there and told me that, he'll give me whatever I want. He'll be able to sit there and financially take care of me and all this other stuff. And I sat there and told him no. And then he asked me why. And I sat there and I told him because whenever I become a wife, there are certain standards I hold myself up to because when I hear the word wife, there's certain things that, that means to me. So right now,
that man's heart.
Well, I mean, at 19, I sat there and told him I can't be your wife. Honestly, for me, it's not about financial gain.
No,
And then he
money
sat there
can't buy you love.
Right. And then he just told me, well, I just want you to be a trophy wife. I just want you to look good beside me. I said, well, if that's the case, you know, we can still go out. You don't have to marry me, though.
She wasn't getting rid of him so easy. She was like, I still spend your money, you know.
I mean, the whole thing is he wanted to get married, and I sat there and I told him no. And here's the thing. He had already been married 3 times prior to me. That's the real reason I sat there and said no. Because in my mind, if you have been married 3 times, and then you're asking me, what is it about me that's attracting you if you couldn't make those women happy?
That's right.
And I mean, at the end of the day, I just sat there and told him no. And I said, you know, if you wanted to hang out, we could still hang out. Needless to say, we really didn't hang out much or conversate after that, which I was honestly fine with. But he sat there and he ended up moving, and he sat there and said, well, I want you to come over one day and I want you to sign this paperwork and I'm going to give you the house and blah, 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 blah. I said, I don't want any of that. You know, I don't really feel comfortable being somewhere where a man knows where I am, especially if we're not connected. You see what I'm saying? And then, I mean, and especially if you're not my man, you know.
A lot of people wouldn't look at it that deep.
I'll tell you one thing I used to do, though, when I met a girl and, like, you know, it got a little serious and I had to go meet her family. My main thing was the mother. How the mother treated the father was how I judged that girl. If her mother was like an asshole to her father, like bossy, that girl, after like that dinner, was done. Like, because I knew she would be like her mother. And I can't handle that. Like, then if I seen the mother, like I went to other girls, and the mother was a little more submissive to the husband, and the father wore the pants, that's what I was looking for. If the father wore the pants in the family, that girl was better in my standing than if the mother wore the pants. Because I'm not marrying a woman. I actually did, though, once. I made a mistake. That's where I learned. Because my first time, the mother wore the pants. And I still married her thinking, she'll be different. Bullshit. Nope. She wanted to wear the pants.
What about the woman that only has
me and her were banging heads because my father wore the pants. See? I'm old school Italian family. The man is the boss of the house.
What about the woman that had a single mother? That's what I married.
That's a difficult situation to make a thing. See, now, I don't know how old you were when you met her and she had a single mom, but that is a difficult situation now. How do you judge that woman?
We met when we were kids, but we got together in our adult years.
Now, I did have that once or twice happen to me, but it just didn't work out. But you're right. That's a hard judgment because now you can't even judge the mother because there's nobody to judge her against. But I would ask questions, too. Like, and a girl would tell me about her father. You know, and another thing, if a girl didn't love her father, only if he was an abusive guy, I could get it. But if she didn't love her father just because she would say, you know, I don't love him, he wasn't that good. Done. You can't love your father, you can't love a man.
That part.
Because that's a little girl's love.
Or the girl that daddy spoils her and she's always giving him attitude.
Those are bad too. Because the spoiled little kid, now that's another problem. You marry a girl or you're with a girl that her father is rich or he's got pretty good money and he spoils the shit out of her. And you can't compete with that. You got a problem. Because now you can't spoil her like her daddy. So why does she need you? So you got to, when you look at a whole thing, you got to look at the big picture. You just can't marry the girl based on who she is. You got to look at her family, her roots, because that's who she's going to be. And a better one is, I used to look at the mother. If she was real ugly, I'd be like, shit, she's going to age quick.
Right.
Like,
big facts.
That mother
But
looked
then again,
hot
I don't
at
know.
like 40 years old. I'd be like, all right, you know, she's going to be hot still.
It's funny that you said that, Pops, because so the day my mother passed away, we went to my mother's home.
I got to get a light. I'll be right back. So hold that story. I need a light for my cigarette.
Okay.
Because my nephew steals my fucking light. And he tells me bullshit. I didn't touch it. You touch my lighter one more time, I'm going to cut your fingers off.
Kick him in his fucking balls. Damn lighter thing.
You lose them? You don't know because you don't know your head's screwed on.
Oh, trust me, I know a lighter thief. I got a best friend. He's a lighter thief like a mother.
All right, I'm back.
But no, initially, what happened is after my mother passed away and we go to my grandmother's house, it was hilarious because he'll sit there and say, "Babe," he says, "Look, I mean no disrespect to you." I said, "Okay." He goes, "But back in the day, your mama could have got the business." I said, "That's okay." Because shit, back in the day, your daddy could have got it too.
I'm telling you, I had a couple girls' moms. They were hot when I was like 17, 18. I'd be like thinking about it. Like,
Yeah.
that's some good shit. I guess when my son was bringing home some girls when I was young, boy, they were thinking about me. I wish I would have knew then. Nah. Oh, man.
Baby, I'm going to need you to move that TV.
But you guys go. I'm going to end this anyway because I'm cooking food. I got all kinds of shit, and I know you're doing your rug. But, yeah, we'll definitely hook up again.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah. Later, Pop.
Yeah, you know. I'm going to just leave on a good note. You know, I always like to leave on something. So here we go. We're going to get rid of all these demons, you know.
Oh. Declare a war on Khazarian overlords. Know the soul you can't infect with the magic your dad's taught. I'm calling on you, Father, to free our people from bondage and breaking up the spells that the demons have placed upon us. Jesus Christ, open up our eyes into the light so we may look within and see the kingdom there inside. Wake up, oh man of God, you've been locked up in the matrix. You're all zombies dead walking, but your autopsy's delayed. While pro-choice offices offer your offspring as offering to the altar of all as they get off in coffins. High on rape, hate, and hemophilia make me nauseous. So I said honor to the God whose image I am made. Praise to the Most High. Yeshua is the way. Bless His word in every street. From every speaker, hear His name. Let it burn upon their heads. How many demons can you slay?
All righty. Well, that's the end of our show. I want to tell everyone, may the Almighty God bless you and your family. Be safe, and Pop's out.